traveling through time as a female supporting role, punching the scumbag. The smell of hospital disinfectant filled her nose, and there were all kinds of buzzing sounds in her ears, and her chest felt stuffy as if she was drowning. And it was in this situation that Mo Xiaoxi became conscious. The buzzing sound in her ears, which was more annoying than flies, became clearer and clearer, and her tone was completely impatient. Do you want to eat my flesh or drink my blood? Your father's illness has not yet recovered, and you are also in the hospital. The doctor said that you are not sick. Who are you doing this for? Mo Xiaoxi opened her eyes, and the woman in front of her was no longer young. Her face was full of traces of time, and her eyebrows were mean. Seeing that Mo Xiaoxi woke up, there was no trace of concern in her eyes, and her voice was raised a few points, completely ignoring the other patients in the same ward. I'm talking to you. What's that look in your eyes? I support you with your education, food and clothing, and I don't ask for anything in return, but when the family is in trouble, shouldn't you help? Mom, I've told you a long time ago that he shouldn't study. Like his elder sister, he should go out to work early. If you read too much, your heart will become wild. A teenager was half lying on the bed next to him. He didn't take his eyes off his phone and talked without raising his head. The sound effects of the game were particularly loud, which made Mo Xiaoxi very irritated. She took her own pulse. Fortunately, the original owner was just malnourished and overtired, and was indeed not sick. In front of her were the original owner's mother and brother, and their eyebrows and expressions were not the same at all. How could they be similar if they were not relatives? The so-called relatives were just leeches sucking blood from the original owner. They changed the original owner's life, squeezed the original owner's blood and sweat, and finally, when the original owner had exhausted her efforts and was suffering from illness, she was thrown on the street on a cold night and died of cold. What is more painful than illness is the endless loneliness in the cold night and the fear of waiting for death. You are not our child. Your biological parents don't want you. We feed you like a dog. You should repay us. If you want to hate your biological parents who gave birth to you but didn't raise you. Mo Xiaoxi's mind flashed with this sentence from the original owner's memory, and the tone gradually overlapped with the endless complaints in front of her. The original owner's emotions were churning in her chest, and Mo Xiaoxi silently said, don't be afraid, I'm here. Who is Mo Xiaoxi? She is the most amazing and talented genius girl in the world of cultivation, but she was calculated and failed when she ascended to heaven. Fortunately, she threw herself into this 3000 worlds at the last moment. She seemed to hear someone say in her ear, experience the suffering of 3 generations of sentient beings, and get a good opportunity to ascend again. Suffering? Mo Xiaoxi sneered, why should sentient beings suffer? Who gave you the qualification to be high above and manipulate sentient beings? I'm here, and your days will be sweet from now on. Mo Xiaoxi said softly. Perhaps it was because of Mo Xiaoxi's confidence that the resentment in her heart gradually subsided. Mo Xiaoxi looked up at the mother and son in front of her. They looked like they were carved out of the same mold, suggesting the mystery of blood relationship. Since junior high school, I have been washing dishes in the restaurant after school to earn my own food and tuition fees. I also brought back the scholarships and grants for high school. I went to work right after the college entrance examination. I fainted when I received the phone call yesterday. Mo Xiaoxi smiled, as if she was tired of her adoptive mother's poor acting skills. The ward was a 4-person room with only 3 patients. The younger brother naturally occupied the vacant bed next door to play games. When he heard Mo Xiaoxi's words, he looked up impatiently. What are you talking about, you little bitch? Daddy is sick, aren't you sad at all? How can you be so hard-hearted and cold-blooded? Then, it seemed that the battle in the game was tense, and he whispered, fuck, and went to compete with the game again. Du Huan frowned when she saw her second daughter who was different from usual. She looked calm and indifferent, as if they were all strangers. She was not like before, when she heard her complain about the hard life. She would work hard to make money, even if she had to eat dry buns and boiled water, she would give all the money to her. She wanted to curse, but looking at Mo Xiaoxi's eyes that seemed to see through everything, she held back. Now this stinky girl is still useful. She is the only one in the family who is good at studying. Even if she can only find time to study, she has been admitted to the best university in City B. What's more, she doesn't have to spend money to support her studies, and she can also get a large amount of scholarships and money earned from part-time jobs. There will be a bright future ahead of her. No one who graduated from this school will fail to become a talent. She seemed to see the money entering her pocket like sweeping fallen leaves. She still needs to coax her. Xiaoxi, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Du Huan pretended to hit her son who was still playing games, and continued, Mom and Dad are incompetent. We have done our best. We can do 70% and we would like to do 120% even if we sell everything we have. But your dad is suddenly sick, otherwise I really dare not disturb you. She said with a hint of tears. She saw from the corner of her eyes that the patients in the other two beds and their families had turned their condemning eyes back to Mo Xiaoxi. She was secretly proud. What should I do? How about listening to you and marrying me to the old cripple at the corner of the street in exchange for dowry? Anyway, he won't live long, and maybe I can change again in a few months. Mo Xiaoxi said carelessly. This made Du Huan tremble with fear. How did this stinky girl know what they had thought before? I used to think that studying is a waste of money, and I did have such an idea, but this girl's 3 years of high school scholarships and bonuses from various competitions, plus the money she earned from working, is really not a small amount. Much more than working. Discovering such benefits, the key is sustainable development, which is much more cost-effective than exchanging gifts. She is the kite, no matter how high she flies, as long as the string is in your hand, who is afraid that she will run away. You dead girl, you don't know what's good for you, how can you talk to your mother? Aren't your parents good enough for you? You are the only one in the family who has been studying. It seems that he lost the game. His younger brother Mo Xiaoxi threw his mobile phone on the bed in anger, stood up and pointed at Mo Xiaoxi's nose. You don't study because you are really not good at studying. The highest score in the exam is no more than 30 points. Mo Xiaoxi smiled and grabbed Mo Xiaohui's hand and squeezed it gently, followed by Mo Xiaohui's pig-killing howl. Don't point at me, I don't like it. Seeing Du Huan also sat up angrily, she added lightly, I do feel that my parents are not good enough to me. Anyway, we are in the hospital, so why not do a paternity test by the way? Du Huan was obviously stunned for a moment, gritted his teeth, and pulled his son who was rolling in pain. You kid, what are you talking about? Your brother is still young and ignorant. Mom will take him out to teach him a lesson. You are still sick, so take a good rest. The dead girl is still useful, still useful. When she is useless, I will definitely pull out her tendons and peel her skin. Mo Xiaoxi sneered and lay down to sleep. The original owner's eyes were like a mountain pressing on her and suffocating her. They were just a group of jumping clowns who could not make any waves. Jump up, jump high, and you will fall badly. Don't worry. After a good sleep, he got up to go to the toilet outside. Mo Xiaoxi raised his eyebrows. It was really a bad fate. It was Du Huan's voice that came from inside. I told you that you called the wrong number. I don't have a daughter this old. Don't call me again, or I'll report you to the police for harassment. After saying that, she hung up the phone angrily, unplugged the phone card, threw it into the toilet, and flushed it down. Based on the original owner's understanding of this adoptive mother, this is definitely a bluff. Mo Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows and sneered. It seems that the person on the other end of the phone is the original owner's biological parents. This is not to ignore the original owner. Then, they knew that they had biological parents, but they were still looking for her, or they exploited the original owner's life. It's true that the same water breeds 100 kinds of people. Some people can't help but bring some food to feed stray cats and dogs, while some people, who exchanged other people's beloved babies, let her grow up worse than cats and dogs. Chapter 2, Don't Argue with Fools. When Du Huan came out, she suddenly found herself caught in Mo Xiaoxi's clear gaze. The look almost made her feel exposed, as though her long-held secret had been revealed. She nervously glanced behind her, and the bathroom was clean, with no sign of what had just happened. Turning her attention back to Mo Xiaoxi, Du Huan quickly put on a fake smile. Xiaoxi, you're here? Your room has a bathroom, doesn't it? Are you still feeling unwell? You should rest more. Mo Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, recalling that the original owner had indeed been hospitalized in the previous life, but was discharged quickly. The family then returned to the countryside, where they enjoyed a period of peace and filial piety. It turned out that the original owner's real family had arrived during that time, which led Du Huan to remove the phone card and hide in the remote countryside, away from any news. By the time school started over a month later, everything had settled, but the original owner's registered age had been reduced by 3 years. According to the records, she was still only 15, which made it difficult to find any prestigious jobs, even as an adult. Fortunately, the school where the original owner studied had a good reputation, and she made a fair amount of money tutoring. Someone's here. Mo Xiaoxi quickly entered another bathroom, not interested in making small talk with Du Huan. Du Huan hesitated, feeling that her daughter, whom she had raised for 18 years, was completely different from before. The old Mo Xiaoxi used to be oblivious to everything except studying and earning money. She didn't care if her mother or father were biased or mistreated her. She always tried to contribute to the family, even seeking their approval. But now, why had she changed so suddenly? HMPH, afraid you'll run away. Du Huan thought, as she turned and left, hoping that a little kindness would make Mo Xiaoxi cling to her, just like before. Raising this daughter was like raising a dog. She neglected her most of the time, but when she needed something, she would offer a few sweet words, ensuring that Mo Xiaoxi would eagerly come to her. Training her like a dog, diligent and loyal. Mo Xiaoxi ignored her, unaware of how her adoptive mother was thinking. If she had known, it would have made her question her life. When Mo Xiaoxi returned to their hospital room, she noticed that the grandmother of a junior high school girl from the same ward was sitting on her bed. "Sweetie, you're back." The elderly lady, with a kind face, greeted Mo Xiaoxi with a smile. "I don't know whether I should say this, but I think there might be some issues between you and your mother." She seemed to be one of those self-righteous people who always tried to stand up for others. "If you think it's not appropriate, then don't say it. I need to rest." Mo Xiaoxi lay down, and her stomach growled loudly, reminding her that she hadn't eaten in over a day. The elderly lady looked momentarily stunned and her expression darkened. "I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. There are no parents who aren't good. Your brother isn't studying, and your parents are still supporting you. You shouldn't treat your mom like this. When your mom comes back, apologize, and if you have any money, give it to her. Then this matter will be over." Mo Xiaoxi looked at the lady, astonished by her naive assumptions. Did people really exist who would stand up for others without even knowing the full story? "You say there are no bad parents, but that's narrow-minded. I'll forgive you, so let's just pretend I didn't hear what you said." "How rude you are." The elderly lady got angry. "No wonder your mom scolds you. She should. You're so disrespectful at such a young age. What will you be like when you're older?" "Grandma, my leg hurts. Can you come help me?" The junior high school girl glanced apologetically at Mo Xiaoxi and called for the elderly lady to return. However, the lady was now annoyed and determined to give this disrespectful child a lesson. "If you're in pain, tough it out. What do you want me to do about it? Should I come over and make the pain go away?" "Little girl, you're young and don't understand. I won't argue with you, but your parents are raising you. You can't turn into an ungrateful child." Mo Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. "How old do you think I am, Grandma? Tell me, how old do you think I am?" The elderly lady paused for a moment. 14 or 15, probably about the same age as my granddaughter." 14 or 15. What money would I have?" Seeing the elderly lady's eyes shift, wanting to retort, Mo Xiaoxi continued, "Don't mention pocket money or red envelopes. I've never seen those. Since I was 8, I've been washing dishes at a neighbor's restaurant just to get a meal. The clothes I wore were from my neighbor's older sister, and my school fees were earned by me through hard work. The rest of the money went to my parents for their business. What money would I have?" The elderly lady was left speechless for a moment. She then said, "But your parents must have had their reasons, otherwise they wouldn't have done it. Didn't your sister also start working early? You should be grateful. If they had the ability, would they treat you poorly?" Mo Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh in frustration. "My sister and brother eat normal meals, with meat and eggs. I could only drink thin porridge. The reason I can continue studying is that I was the top student in the city. Not only were my tuition fees waived, but I also received a substantial scholarship. All of that money went to my parents, and I could only eat 3 buns a day and work at the restaurant across from school after class." The elderly lady went silent, realizing that perhaps her assumptions about the parents' favoritism were a bit too much. Mo Xiaoxi added, "My mom told you that my brother and I are twins, but that's not true. I'm 18, and my brother is 15. My age was altered by 3 years. The original owner had suffered from severe malnutrition and, at 18, still looked like a 14 or 15-year-old child. Her hair was dry and yellow, her body was small, and when standing next to her brother Mo Xiaoxi, the difference in weight was striking. People would even mistake her for the younger sister. If she didn't get proper care soon, it might be too late. Old lady, you may have good intentions, but it's best not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you'll push me into a pit, and you'll be the executioner. The elderly lady's face reddened, and she turned to leave. Mo Xiaoxi could still hear her muttering under her breath, "Why am I the executioner? Little girl, so sharp-tongued." The junior high school girl blushed and mouthed, "Sorry." Mo Xiaoxi smiled and closed her eyes. She was really tired. She hadn't had enough sleep. People always say not to argue with fools, but why had she even bothered talking to a stranger about this? If it were Mo Xiaoxi on her own, she wouldn't have bothered with such gossip, but she didn't want the original owner to leave behind any stains on her name. Older people are often the main culprits in spreading rumors. At that moment, Du Huan was frowning as she looked at her son, who was still complaining about the pain. That skinny girl couldn't have that much strength. I asked you to go buy food, and now you're whining. She's worked a month and has money in her hands. Mom, it really hurts. I think my arm is going to break. Mo Xiaohui grimaced in pain. I'm going home now. It really hurts. He waved for a taxi, and Du Huan looked at him before deciding to join him, completely ignoring whether her daughter, at the hospital, had anything to eat. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoxi was awakened by the rumbling of her stomach. The smell of food filled the air. The elderly lady, seeing her awake, awkwardly set down the food and said with a hint of distaste, "Eat quickly. I don't know how long it's been since you last ate. Your stomach's growling like thunder." Mo Xiaoxi took the food, feeling grateful. She sincerely said, "Thank you." The elderly lady pursed her lips but couldn't help but smile slightly. At that moment, a nurse in a white coat stood at the door, gazing at Mo Xiaoxi with a strange look. She had just taken a photo of her with her phone, and her finger trembled as she clicked send. Chapter 3, The Recording Evidence. Mo Xiaoxi had already noticed the relatively unfamiliar nurse standing at the door. She didn't seem young, and her gaze, though seemingly discreet, couldn't hide her scrutiny. "Are you Mo Xiaoxi? The top scorer from this year's City No. 1 high school?" At this moment, the middle school girl, Zhu Ting, cautiously spoke up. Each hospital bed had a name tag at its head, and Mo Xiaoxi glanced at it, recognizing that the young girl's name was Zhu Ting. "Sure enough," Zhu Ting continued, "I'm Zhu Ting, Zhu Wenhua is my mother." Mo Xiaoxi's heart relaxed a bit upon hearing the name Zhu Wenhua. In Mo Xiaoxi's life, there weren't many kind people. Some, like Du Huan, were only interested in exploiting her, while others were too preoccupied with their own lives to care about anyone else's troubles. However, Zhu Wenhua was definitely one of the few genuinely kind people Mo Xiaoxi had encountered. As a class teacher, she had fought for scholarships and financial aid for Mo Xiaoxi, casually giving her milk, saying it was about to expire, and reminding her to drink it. She had always wanted to repay her, but after going to B-City for college, followed by her family's relocation, her hometown and the people in it became distant memories. Now that she knew Zhu Ting was Zhu Wenhua's daughter, Mo Xiaoxi let her guard down a bit and began chatting with Zhu Ting, making her first real friend in 2 lifetimes. Meanwhile, Du Huan and Mo Yarng's phones were buzzing incessantly. "Is this the girl you took away? How dare you let her appear in this hospital? Didn't you know her biological parents have already found her? Do you want to ruin my reputation? No one will escape. Hide her quickly." While the family was eating and supplementing, Mo Yarng glanced at his phone, calmly muted it, and Du Huan saw it too, but wasn't concerned. "Son, eat more," Du Huan said with a grin, her smile completely different from the one she gave Mo Xiaoxi. "Mom, Mo Xiaoxi is getting out of hand, you need to keep her in check. She even dared to hit me." Mo Xiaoxi's younger brother, Mo Xiaohui, said without looking up, still feeling a dull ache in his arm. "You said she was just a slave you raised, but now she's revolting. All right, you're a man, either fight back or shut up. If you can't take it, don't complain," Mo Yarn said, eyeing his son's chubby, soft arm that didn't even have a bruise. "Spoiled by your mother," he muttered, though he wasn't too concerned about his son. After all, his real daughter was about to become someone important, and once that happened, his family would be in a much better situation. I've got it, don't go on and on about it, Du Huan quickly interrupted. You're a boy, don't act so whiny. Just go buy something to calm that girl down, you know? Your second sister, no matter how rich she is, you didn't grow up together. In the future, you'll rely on her, so give her a little sweetness, and she'll be as loyal as a dog. I know, I'll buy food and go see her this afternoon, maybe bring her back home. How much does her hospitalization cost anyway? Dad's right, she's going back to school in a month, so if I act sick, I can keep her here for a bit longer and deduct another month's wages. Mo Yang frowned slightly. His real daughter was about to leave for B City, and once that happened, it would be harder to control her. The daughter he raised could be kept in line, but that wasn't something that would last. They exchanged a knowing look and retreated back to their room. You're complaining about your cousin again. She's such a coward, how could you have asked her for help in the first place? Du Huan whispered, seeing her phone screen flood with messages from the nurse. What do you know? Stay out of my cousin's business. Back then, they looked well off, but they weren't locals, so what could they do? We couldn't find anything out about them. I'll call her back and explain. The kid was taken by mistake, we're also the victims here. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoxi, who had been hiding by the bathroom door, overheard the nurse's low voice, and glanced down at her name tag, Mo Can. You have to get that girl back. Didn't I tell you not to let her appear around here? I told you it wasn't safe to switch the twins. Didn't you think about how advanced the media is now? You should been more careful. I told you to lay low for now. What happened to my sister's phone? Why can't I get through? What? She pulled out the SIM card and threw it away. Why did she do that? Isn't this just making it worse? Mo Can raised his voice slightly, then quickly covered his phone, looking around suspiciously. The information was huge. Mo Xiaoxi smiled faintly, putting the borrowed phone from Ju Ting away and slipping back into the hospital room. She saw Ju Ting and her grandmother sitting together, chatting. Quickly adjusting her expression to one of panic, she hurried over to them. Grandma, I think I heard something terrible. I'm scared. Mo Xiaoxi handed over the phone, her fingers trembling. The original Mo Xiaoxi had been naive and soft, constantly fantasizing about her biological family, but now she was changing. Xiaoting, could you help me contact your mom? Could you send her the recording? It's inconvenient to listen here, Mo Xiaoxi said, pretending to be shy. Okay, don't worry, Ju Ting said nervously, and Mo Xiaoxi leaned closer to Ju's grandmother, whispering the details of the situation. Ju's grandmother immediately stiffened. She was strict but caring, and when she learned that the nurse had taken advantage of her position to swap the child of a wealthy family, she hugged Mo Xiaoxi, gently patting her back to comfort her. Don't be afraid, don't worry. It'll be fine. She didn't know yet that the child who had been swapped was the poor girl in front of her. They decided to report it, but when they did, they claimed that the recording had been accidentally captured by the old lady while she was using the bathroom. Before the police could arrive, Du Huan and Mo Xiaohui were already at the hospital. Little, second sister, we've come to pick you up, Mo Xiaohui said, his chubby face all smiles, though his eyes were a little off. The doctor said she's fine, just needs some rest at home. Yes, the doctor said she's fine. Sorry for the trouble, Du Huan added, casually pulling a few withered apples out of her pocket and offering them to the people in the same room. Ju's grandmother looked at the shriveled apples and snorted internally. This apple is good for feeding pigs, but even pigs wouldn't want it. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and they had come to pick up the child with a few apples no one wanted, not even bothering to check if Mo Xiaoxi had eaten. The people who had previously thought Mo Xiaoxi might have exaggerated her situation now completely believed her. The world truly had all kinds of people. Chapter 4 Beat up my brother and collect some interest. The Mo family's apartment was not big, just a 2-bedroom apartment of over 50 square meters. Because it was on the first floor, when Mo Xiaoxi walked in, she could smell a damp and moldy smell. As soon as she entered the narrow living room, Mo Xiaoxi felt dizzy, and many images flashed through her mind. A feeling of despair and suffocation swept over her. She seemed to see the skinny original owner standing on a stool in the kitchen learning to cook. The stool was unstable and she fell down, hitting her forehead on the corner of the table. Suddenly, a green lump appeared. Du Huan, who came in to check after hearing the noise, slapped her in the face, if you can't even do this little thing, what's the point of me raising you? The thin original owner looked at the person she called mother in confusion, but did not dare to cry out loud. She covered her face and stood on the bench again. She seemed to see that the original owner, who had just washed all the clothes for the whole family, was overly tired and added salt twice when cooking. Du-won spat and threw the original owner's bowl directly on her face. The bowl contained porridge made from leftovers, which hung on the original owner's hair and clothes, and then dripped onto the ground. The original owner pursed her lips, but did not dare to cry. But when she saw the aggrieved original owner, Du-hwan became angry again. She kicked the original owner in the chest, and the thin child flew out directly, lying on the ground, struggling several times but unable to get up. She tilted her head and saw that at the dinner table, her sister was looking at her with a gloating smile, and her brother was picking up the last piece of chicken leg and eating it happily. The whole family had similar expressions, some indifferent, some angry, some excited, except her. She heard Du-hwan cursing over and over again, "Bitch, money-losing thing, why don't you just die? What's the point of keeping you?" Mo Yan, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and reading a newspaper, said lightly, "Why do you always pick on her? She's just a little girl. She can help you with some work. When she grows up, you can exchange her for a dowry." The original owner was scared, so she knelt down and cried in front of her father, who seemed to be kind to her, begging for mercy, and promised to work and earn money for her family as long as she could go to school. Mo Xiaoxi also saw that Mo Yang and Du-hwan were sleeping soundly in the master bedroom, while Mo Xiaohui in the second bedroom was fighting fiercely with the virtual character in the game. On the cramped balcony, Mo Xiaonan was wrapped in a quilt reading a novel, and in the narrow gap between the folding bed and the wall, a thin figure was curled up. The original owner hugged his shoulders with both hands and buried his head in his legs to keep himself warm. His lips were frozen purple and he was shivering. The thin figure passed by the scene of fainting in the office due to overwork, and froze in the last snowy night. The original owner opened his eyes, looking at the vast darkness, and could never close them again, and died with his eyes open. The night was long, pitch black, and without a glimmer of light. Mo Xiaoxi's chest felt a little tight and her eyes were sore. She had always thought that the original owner's life was like a story, but it turned out that she had never felt the same way. She was a little unsteady on her feet, so she held onto the simple sofa in the living room with both hands, breathing heavily. What was the original owner thinking at the end? Did he fantasize about a normal family? A gentle mother, a kind father, and noisy but close brothers and sisters? If there is a next life. Life is so hard, there should be no next life. Mo Xiaoxi clenched her hands, tears falling uncontrollably. The insults and ridicules in her mind were buzzing and tormenting her, and she was about to go crazy. The anger in her chest seemed to be able to burst out of her body. In a daze, Mo Xiaohui, who was playing games on the sofa, kicked over and said, "You stupid girl, do you really think you came back to recuperate? Go and cook." Mo Xiaoxi didn't notice and was kicked to the ground. She laughed, first softly, then loudly, and then stood up suddenly and stared at Mo Xiaohui. That look, like that of a hunting beast, scared Mo Xiaohui so much. "Why are you so fierce, you little girl? Be careful or I'll beat you to death." Mo Xiaohui stood up and picked up the feather duster on the sofa. Mo Yang was not at home, so Du-hwan sent the two people back and went out. Only their sister and brother were left at home. Looking at the thin Mo Xiaoxi, Mo Xiaohui felt proud. "You little bitch, you are just a dog in my family, you know that. I beat you enough before, why don't you learn your lesson? I tell you, if I give you a bite to eat, you should be grateful, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of time to raise you so old?" Mo Xiaohui looked at this nominal second sister, who was thin and shriveled. He curled his lips and pointed casually at the kitchen, "Go and cook. If it tastes bad, I will fall to the ground and let you lick it like a dog." After that, he picked up his phone again, still muttering, "Some people just don't know how to appreciate things. They can be human beings, but they want to be dogs. Just bully her, a little bitch. When her mother comes back to coax her and say a few symbolic words to her, she will continue to work obediently for the family. If you are someone who lacks love, just be nice to her and you will be everything to her. I'm doing this for your own good, little girl. You're going to college soon, and I'll be worried if I don't train your independence." As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something and burst out laughing. "Does it hurt?" Mo Xiaoxi rubbed her forehead. There was a scar on her forehead. It was caused by Mo Xiaohui when he was a child and took it out on her because he didn't want to learn the flute. What? Mo Xiaohui turned back in confusion. As a result, he was pulled down by a huge force and his forehead hit the corner of the coffee table. The pain made him cry. I'm asking you, does it hurt? Mo Xiaoxi walked over and stepped on Mo Xiaohui's fingers again, making it impossible for him to get up, with calm madness in her eyes. You crazy girl, you want to kill someone? Mo Xiaohui screamed in pain, but he couldn't stand up. Phut, so you're not unaware of the pain, but this is just the beginning. Mo Xiaoxi moved her foot to Mo Xiaohui's back and continued to apply force. Then why didn't you know she was in pain when you hit her? Hit her? But who else have I hit besides you? Don't accuse me. Mo Xiaohui yelled, feeling like he was going to die. TSK, Mo Xiaoxi loosened her feet, looking so cowardly. Go and cook. If the food is not tasty, I will hit you on the head. Mo Xiaoxi stared at Mo Xiaohui, who stood up and kicked him again, causing him to hit the kitchen door with a bang. Mo Xiaohui felt like Mo Xiaoxi was possessed, and was so scared that he locked himself in the kitchen, trembling. Mom will be back soon, she will beat you to death, I tell you. It's useless for Dad to plead for mercy. At the same time, I was also wondering where my father had gone and why he hadn't come back yet. At this time, there was a rustling sound of unlocking the door. Hearing this sound, Mo Xiaohui shouted happily, Mom! Save me! Mom, this bitch is going to kill me! As soon as Du Huan entered the room, she saw Mo Xiaoxi slowly open the door, walk into the kitchen, and pick up a kitchen knife. Chapter 5, A Big Rumble. Mo Xiaohui looked at Mo Xiaoxi as she walked in with a confused look on his face, and even forgot to run away. Didn't I lock the door? Du Huan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the calm yet somewhat crazy Mo Xiaoxi. But her son was still in her hands. She took the kitchen knife again, took a few deep breaths, and said with a smile, My dear daughter, you are here to recuperate. Why are you in the kitchen? Go and have a rest. Mom will make you something delicious. Mo Xiaoxi ignored her. She blocked Mo Xiaohui's way out with her left hand. She held the kitchen knife in her right hand and looked at it carefully. There was a smile on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Du Huan was anxious, and worried that if she pushed the girl too far, she would hurt her precious son, so she continued to persuade her softly, My dear daughter, did your brother make you angry? Mom will beat him later. Don't play with the kitchen knife, it's too dangerous. Come out quickly, lie down for a while, and take a nap. Mom will prepare the meal. In fact, Mo Xiaoxi's mood had calmed down a lot at this time. She looked at Du Huan with a secret hatred in her heart. This was the root of the original owner's tragedy, and I didn't want to let her get away with it. This situation was against all moral principles, and I couldn't just beat her up. Mo Xiaoxi thought about it, looked at the scratches on her hands left by the kitchen knife when she was learning to cook, and handed the knife over with a sneer. What's the point of a beating? The pain is still to come. When Du Huan saw Mo Xiaoxi like this, her heart trembled. She always felt that she was inexplicably frightened by her. Mom, come and get it. The word, Mom, was full of irony. Du Huan didn't dare to walk forward at all. She didn't know what was wrong with this girl. She must teach her a lesson. As if she noticed Du Huan's timidity, Mo Xiaoxi looked back at Mo Xiaohui sarcastically, a coward who is always bullying his own people, and then slowly walked towards the door. Du Huan looked at Mo Xiaoxi, who was walking towards her, and she thought of a word, Goddess of Vengeance. But she didn't dare to move. After all, she was Xiaoxi's mother. Maybe Xiaohui bullied this girl too badly, so she was a little rebellious and just needed to be coaxed. Du Huan comforted herself. Mo Xiaoxi put the kitchen knife into Du Huan's hand and said, Mom, hold it tight, don't let go. Du Huan subconsciously clenched the kitchen knife in her hand. Mo Xiaoxi opened the door. The madness she had just shown was completely gone. She put on a pitiful look and ran out with tears streaming down her face. Help! My mother wants to kill me. She said she secretly took someone else's child and they found her. If she kills me, no one will know. Help! Du Huan Mo Xiaohui? After hearing what Mo Xiaoxi said, Du Huan was shocked. This community is very old, and half of the residents are elderly. It is already evening, and a group of old men and women are gathering in groups of 3 or 5, some playing chess and some exercising. Of course there were some young people, some walking their dogs, some jogging. Although it was not peak time, there were still quite a few people. Such a community leads to the rapid spread of news, and everyone loves gossip and excitement. Such a big thing happened, everyone pricked up their ears and walked towards the Mo family's door involuntarily. Then they saw two women holding kitchen knives with vicious expressions. "Oh, do you really want to kill someone?" someone murmured. "No wonder he treated this daughter so badly. I always thought he was favoring boys over girls, but it turns out she is not his biological daughter." Someone is muttering. The preference for boys over girls is understandable, after all, it is a mark of the times. But he secretly took someone else's child and wanted to kill him. He is really a bad person. Some old people said. Mo Xiaoxi hid behind the neighbor's grandmother, trembling with fear. At the beginning, it was because the neighbor's grandmother felt sorry for the original owner that she suggested that the original owner go to her son's restaurant to help wash dishes. This would not only allow her to have food to eat, but also earn some money. Don't be afraid, Grandma is here, everything will be okay. The neighbor grandma patted Mo Xiaoxi's hand. Mo Xiaoxi's whole body was trembling. She lowered her head and hid her calm face. The losses I suffered in the past taught me to learn to show weakness. Nismo, is what this child said true? The neighbor's grandmother asked loudly, using her body to block Du Huan's hateful gaze at Mo Xiaoxi. No way. Du Huan laughed dryly, this kid is just angry that I made delicious food for Xiaohui. The main reason is that I thought that Xiaoxi had just been discharged from the hospital and couldn't eat greasy and meaty food. Du Huan did not admit it, and instead accused Mo Xiaoxi of being greedy and competing with her brother for food. Small cities are not rich, and the delicious food at home is usually reserved for the male members of the family. This is the case in every family, so some people feel a little dissatisfied when they look at Mo Xiaoxi. Another disadvantage of having a large number of elderly people is that most of them still have relatively old-fashioned ideas. Although girls will not be abused, boys are still more precious. It was really inappropriate to make such a big fuss just for a bite of food with my younger brother. However, she made such a scene today, and gaining sympathy was secondary. Du Huan and Mo Yang were so thick-skinned that they didn't care what others thought. She mainly hoped that someone would call the police. After all, running to the police station would be tiring, not to mention not being able to find the way. No, Mo Xiaoxi raised her head, aggrieved. Originally, Xiaohui asked me to cook. My mother just came back. Xiaohui also said that I couldn't sit down to eat. I had to lick it clean like a dog. The crowd was shocked. You're talking nonsense, you little bitch. You didn't even cook, and you hit me. Look at my forehead, it's blue. Mo Xiaohui shouted angrily. Yes, I hit you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Mo Xiaoxi nodded and spoke very sincerely. But everyone looked at Du Huan and Mo Xiaohui with even more strange eyes. The size difference between Mo Xiaohui and Mo Xiaoxi was too big. Mo Xiaohui was a full head taller than Mo Xiaoxi, and that body was big enough to hold two Mo Xiaoxis. In comparison, everyone still believed Mo Xiaoxi's words more. After all, many people saw Du Huan just return to their community, and they didn't believe that Mo Xiaoxi could really beat Mo Xiaohui. Living in the same residential complex, although I don't know how miserable Mo Xiaoxi's situation is, I still understand that she is not liked. Thinking of what she just said, that Du Huan stole someone else's child, abused him, and wanted to kill him to silence him, my heart tightened. I would not be able to sleep at night if I were a neighbor with such a person. So, someone secretly called the police. Xiaoxi, who was seen from the corner of his eye, nodded secretly, and his goal was achieved. When Mo Xiaohui became furious and clamored to come over to teach Mo Xiaoxi a lesson, Du Huan also cried and shouted that she had raised her daughter in vain. A bunch of people tried to stop the fight and the situation was in chaos. Finally, a police car arrived and took everyone to the police station. I want to call the police. I am their stolen child, and they want to kill me to silence me. Mo Xiaoxi said when they arrived at the police station. However, a police officer spit out his tea and said with a smile, "Little girl, you have watched too many TV dramas." That's right, thank you so much for troubling you. The child is naughty. Du Huan smiled bitterly and bowed to apologize to them, like a good mother. I want to do a paternity test, I want to enter my D.A. looking for my biological parents. Mo Xiaoxi said that the original owner's family had already found Du Huan, so they must be not far away, and she must leave this place quickly. The main thing is that the original owner's body can't wait any longer. If it is not adjusted, it may be the same as in the previous life, and he will die young. Chapter 6. The biological father came. The intern standing by saw this and couldn't help but curl his lips. Children nowadays can't bear any psychological pressure at all, and they run away from home at the slightest provocation, saying that they are not their biological children. I am not their biological child. They don't let me eat, beat me, abuse me, and now they want to kill me to silence me. Looking at Du Huan's bitter smile, Mo Xiaoxi pretended to shrink. My body is covered with scars, and many of my bones are broken. Mo Xiaoxi's mind was filled with that weak and helpless figure. The deeper the love, the more severe the criticism. What parent doesn't love their child? It's just a matter of how deep the love is. The intern said. He wanted to mock, but he still remembered his identity. Uncle, I was disobedient when I was a child, and my father broke my leg, but now I am very grateful to him. It's different, it's different. Mo Xiaoxi shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes, but she wiped them away stubbornly with her sleeves and raised her head. Take me to the hospital for a physical examination, I want a blood test. Aren't you supposed to help the people solve their problems? Why don't you accept my request? I'm not a child anymore. I'm 18 years old and I can be responsible for everything I say. Why don't you care about my life or death? The last sentence is what the original owner once thought. Why don't you care about my life or death? A 25-year-old intern who just graduated. Vomiting blood. She looks like a young little girl, but she is already 18 years old. A female police officer saw the child crying pitifully and felt sorry for him. She came over with a tissue to comfort Mo Xiaoxi. She gently patted Mo Xiaoxi's back and said, "Don't be afraid, kid. Tell me what's wrong and I'll take care of it for you." Mo Xiaoxi didn't say anything. In their eyes, she was just a little resentful of the unfair treatment she received from her parents. Here, my ribs and legs were broken. Mo Xiaoxi showed the scars on her body. There are burns on my arms. Duan beats the child, but the city is not the countryside after all, and many scars can be hidden under clothes. If Xiaoxi cries loudly, the neighbors will knock on the door to ask, and Duan will just perfunctorily say that there are many children and they were just naughty and bumped into each other. Similarly, if her crying attracted the neighbors, Xiaoxi would be beaten even more brutally. Looking at these scars, the policewoman's eyes became more and more sharp. Comrade police officer, my daughter is a liar. It's not true. She has been naughty since she was young. Du Huan tried to flatter Mo Xiaoxi. That's right, my second sister just beat me up and was about to use a knife. Mo Xiaohui looked resentful. Don't talk nonsense. The neighbor grandmother who was brought in as a witness was surprised. She had never realized that the child was living such a miserable life. You're clearly holding a kitchen knife in your hand to scare the child. Besides, Xiaohui, you've been bullying Xiaoxi since they were young. How can she beat you? Mo Yan's face darkened when he heard this at the door. What Mo Kan said was recorded, and according to the call records, he was the last person to speak to her, so he was brought in for questioning. Fortunately, however, neither of them wanted to bring up what happened in the past. They just said that their child had been admitted to a good university and discussed returning to their hometown to worship their ancestors. There was no evidence, so I was released. But before I even left the house, I heard a commotion inside, and then I heard these words. My family members actually came here for this. Now that Mo Kan has been arrested, although there is no evidence, if Xiaoxi's affairs are exposed at this time, it will inevitably arouse their suspicion. Hearing that the old woman from the neighbor's house was adding fuel to the fire, Mo Yang quickly put away his angry expression and walked in with a sad face. Xiaoxi, Daddy is not at home, didn't Mommy make you something delicious? Mo Yang looked distressed and glared at Du Huan. You too, Xiaoxi is sick, what's wrong with making her something delicious? You're living a hard life. Xiaoxi, don't blame your mom, blame Dad. It's Dad who is incompetent and has never had a proper job. He can't earn that much, so you have to suffer with Dad. Mo Yang felt guilty and sad. He kept his eyes open for a long time without blinking. Soon, his eyes became red and tears flowed out. Mo Xiaoxi was so scared that she hid behind the policewoman, and the policewoman and the old policeman looked at each other and their expressions became serious. Wearing this kind of clothes, he can read people's expressions. Besides, why did Mo Yang come in? It involved a case where a female nurse had switched to a wealthy family. Now her daughter had come in again, saying that her mother wanted to silence her, and Mo Yang's words were full of loopholes. After taking statements from everyone, it was found that there was indeed insufficient evidence, so several people were released. You and your family should not travel far recently and be ready to be summoned at any time, said the old police officer. Then my daughter Mo Yang wanted to take Xiaoxi back with him. I'll take this girl to the hospital for a checkup first. If the child is lying, then the injuries on her body are not fake. She may have been injured somewhere else. The policewoman smiled gently. There was no evidence, but she couldn't alert the family. Mo Xiaoxi took one look at the policewoman and understood her intention. The policewoman accompanied Mo Xiaoxi to do various examinations. Xiaoxi's problems were indeed very serious. The most important thing was that she was severely malnourished, which had affected her development. With injuries big and small piling up on his body, his life was miserable. The policewoman held a series of medical examination reports with a sad look in her eyes. She did not send Mo Xiaoxi home, but went to their hotel to arrange a room for her. Regardless of whether they are the biological parents or not, don't they know what the child is experiencing? However, not long after the policewoman left, Mo Xiaoxi heard a knock on the door. The sound was regular, neither light nor heavy, and it did not sound like the sound that people in the Mo family would have when they were angry. Sure enough, when he opened the door, he found a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. He looked much younger than Mo Yang, and his face was dusty and tired. He looked at Mo Xiaoxi gently and asked softly, "Are you Mo Xiaoxi?" Seeing him, the original owner's emotions started to take over again and tears welled up in her eyes. The original owner knew this man. An inspirational female singer in the previous life, Mo Xiaoxi's father. Mo Xiaoxi's inspirational story is almost known to everyone in the streets and alleys. She suffered from aplastic anemia. When her parents wanted to transplant her bone marrow, they found out that this was not their biological daughter. They never gave up and actively searched for the child's biological parents, but found nothing. Fortunately, they finally found a matching bone marrow. After she recovered, she entered the amusement park and used her singing to heal more people in distress. Mu Chengfeng is a philanthropic entrepreneur. Although he never appears in the same frame with his adopted singer daughter, he donates to various schools, most of which are in this city. The original owner's alma mater, number 1 middle school, is one of them. Mu Xiaoxi always said in interviews that she was proud to have such a father. She said that even if she couldn't find her biological parents, her adoptive parents gave them all their warmth. She loved her family and was grateful for everything she had. Whenever Mu Xiaoxi said these words of thanks to her family, the program would accompany it with a photo of Mu Chengfeng in formal attire. Although Mu Chengfeng is low-key, he can't help but have a daughter who likes to show off her father. In the previous life, the original owner thought that human destiny was really strange. Some people treated their adopted daughters with complete tenderness and affection, like Mu Xiaoxi. Some people treat their own daughters in a way that is oppressive and harsh, like myself. Looking at Mu Chengfeng's loving eyes, Mo Xiaoxi was willing to believe that he really wanted to find his biological daughter and wanted to do something for her. He did not seek fame or wealth, but only hoped that these kindnesses would have a chance to fall on his biological daughter. Mo Xiaoxi felt that this should be her biological father. It turns out that the original owner missed so much. Chapter 7: Happiness and Pain. Mo Xiaoxi looked at the stranger in front of her with caution. Unexpectedly, her stomach started to growl again, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. It seemed that since she fainted yesterday, Mo Xiaoxi had only eaten the meal sent by Grandma Ju Ting, and her stomach was about to revolt. Looking at the dark night outside, Mo Xiaoxi felt melancholy. Mu Chengfeng looked at the vigilant girl in front of him, smiled gently, and took a step back, keeping a sufficient distance so that she would feel safe enough. "Little girl, I have something to ask you. How about we go out and find a crowded restaurant and talk while eating? I flew here directly after I finished my work today, and I'm a little hungry." As he said this, he deliberately rubbed his stomach, as if he was really hungry and couldn't stand it. This is a person who knows how to be considerate of others. His clothes and figure look noble, but he never looks down on Mo Xiaoxi, whose clothes are shabby and short. Mo Xiaoxi couldn't help but nodded. While she was enjoying the sumptuous meal on the table, Mu Chengfeng was also looking at her imperceptibly, and the more he looked at her, the more frightened he became. If it weren't for the age mismatch, this child really looks a bit like his wife, especially those big, clear eyes, which look brighter and cleaner when set on the thin, withered face. Mu Chengfeng saw Mo Xiaoxi eating so sweetly that he didn't even notice her and smiled happily. You also have a 20-year-old sister who is a cripple? Mu Chengfeng asked carefully. No, my sister is 18 years old. In order to go out to work, her household registration age is older. As for the cripple, no, this certificate is issued for the purpose of having a second child. Mo Xiaoxi didn't even raise her head. The mushroom soup was delicious. Not to mention the original owner, even herself, who had been fasting when she was practicing Taoism, hadn't tasted such delicious food for a long time. So you and your brother are twins, a boy and a girl. Mu Chengfeng was a little nervous. He came here just to give it a try. Mu Yaoyao suddenly fainted and was diagnosed with aplastic anemia. When the couple was doing bone marrow matching, they discovered something even more shocking, that was not their biological daughter. Shock, astonishment, panic, pain, several emotions followed one after another. If the adopted daughter is not their biological daughter, then where is their biological daughter? Is she doing well? On the one hand, they had to look for their adopted daughter's biological parents, and on the other hand, they had to look for their own biological daughter. Multiple worries tormented the couple, and their wife cried every day. She felt as if her heart had been dug out, and she waited for dawn with her eyes open. Their wife said that she always dreamed that her child was not doing well, and that the child was crying and calling for his mother. Their voice was small and pitiful, as if the child was dying. Not really. My sister and I are twins, and I'm 18. Mo Xiaoxi put down the bowl, feeling satisfied. The feeling of being full was so good. At the age of 18, Mu Chengfeng stood up excitedly. What's your birthday? When is your birthday? October 18th. Mu Chengfeng couldn't help but leave his seat and walk around the table. Born on the same day of the same month of the same year, the couple has been searching for their child for almost half a year, but it has been like looking for a needle in a haystack, with no clues at all. Hospital, nanny, almost everything you can think of. But they had several unfinished buildings, so he and his wife came here to discuss solutions. His wife unexpectedly gave birth prematurely, so they hastily chose a hospital. Their hospital is not big and its management was not formal at the beginning. 18 years have passed and the previous files and information have long disappeared. Finally, they found someone similar through their police DNA database, and that is how they found Mo Yang Duwan's family. However, there was no woman named Duhuan in the hospital. He contacted her because he did not want to miss any clues. However, he could not contact her anymore, so he flew here directly. Unexpectedly, when he arrived, he encountered the child saying that he might not be his biological child. Mu Chengfeng didn't hesitate at all. He contacted the policewoman and went to visit Mo Xiaoxi first. This child might be his biological daughter's. Mu Chengfeng suddenly thought of the woman in the next ward who gave birth on the same day as his wife. Xiaoxi, can I call you that? Seeing Mo Xiaoxi nod slightly, Mu Chengfeng continued to ask, do you know Du Siphon? Mo Xiaoxi thought, this is a sign of doubt. It's my mother. Her name used to be Du Siphon, but she changed her name to Du Huan now. Mu Chengfeng felt a buzzing sound in his head, and his eyes instantly turned red. After such a long search, there was still no clue. They were becoming more and more desperate and mechanical. In the past 6 months, he helped many families reunite, but what about their daughter? Where is their daughter? He has been on the road, always on the move, not daring to stop, fearing that he would collapse if he stopped. It seems that only by constantly searching can he have meaning. That is my own flesh and blood, but I have never held her once, and I have never heard her call me daddy. Now, the girl finally appeared in front of him. She was not living a good life, and Mu Chengfeng was so heartbroken that he felt like suffocating. Hope and despair coexist, happiness and pain coexist. Mu Chengfeng seems to have felt it all in one day and one night. Child, I want to ask you for a favor, can you? Mu Chengfeng choked up and said hoarsely, cut some hair for me along the roots. My daughter is also missing, and I can't find her. Mo Xiaoxi agreed readily. Originally, I also wanted to register my personal information. Anyway, I want to know where I come from. Do my parents want me or not, or? Having said that, Mo Xiaoxi smiled bitterly and didn't continue. Mu Chengfeng couldn't hold back his tears, and they slid down his cheeks, with his heart aching. Then you are nice to me and treat me to dinner, is it because you think I am your biological daughter? What if I am not? Mo Xiaoxi looked at Mu Chengfeng with cold eyes. If you are not, I will support your university tuition and living expenses, but I think you are, you must be my daughter. Mo Xiaoxi smiled comfortably, very sweetly, and her thin and withered face looked more radiant. Mu Chengfeng was stunned, as if he saw his wife when she was young. No, I've been working to support myself since I was 8 years old, and I can even support my whole family. Now that I've been admitted to a good university, there's no reason for me to starve. Mo Xiaoxi looked at Mu Chengfeng and saw the pain and pity in his eyes. If I were your daughter, would you dislike me? Would you dislike me because I can't wash clothes cleanly? Would you dislike me because my cooking is not delicious? It seems that you are very rich. Would you dislike my living habits? Mo Xiaoxi was waiting for death in the cold night. Looking at the clear moonlight and imagining the lights of thousands of homes, she fell into self-loathing. Why don't my biological parents want me? What's wrong with me that makes them dislike me so much? If you don't want me, why let me come into this world? Born as a human being, I have tried very hard, but I am sorry that after overcoming all the obstacles along the way, I was finally blocked and could not move forward. Mo Xiaoxi waited for Mu Chengfeng's answer, but Mu Chengfeng was crying and kept saying, "No, no, I'm sorry." Mu Chengfeng then arranged for his assistant to take the hair of the two people back to City B for identification. He didn't trust this place, especially after what happened to the nurse Mo Kan, and he didn't trust the hospital where his wife gave birth. The identification results can be available in as fast as 24 hours, but that is not actually necessary. We're just afraid that there might be some changes in the results, so we'll notify you only when they are stable. Mu Chengfeng contacted a familiar hospital, but the price he asked was more attractive. Mu Chengfeng didn't care about the money and directly arranged the fastest result. He decided to stay here with Xiaoxi and also booked a plane ticket for his wife to come to H province. She has lost her smile ever since her daughter fell ill. Especially when she found out that her daughter was not her biological daughter, she almost collapsed. They often think of their adopted daughter Mu Xiaoyao when she was little, soft, small, and so well behaved. But they also think about their own biological daughter. Is she doing well? The two were torn between two different emotions. After all, they had raised a child for 18 years, so they would have some feelings for each other. Especially when they heard that their biological daughter was not living a very good life, the emotional balance naturally began to tilt towards this side. Mu Chengfeng thought about it, calmed himself down, and spoke to Mo Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, my wife is a pianist. I also have a son who is currently interning at the company. My home is in City B." Mu Chengfeng wanted to give a detailed introduction, but he saw that Mo Xiaoxi was absent-minded. Besides, the result was not out yet, so he was still worried. "City B?" Mo Xiaoxi asked back. "Oh, yes, City B." The original owner knew them, but he really didn't pay attention to where they lived. In their previous life, they kept searching in H province, but they never imagined that the Mo family had moved away with their entire family after their daughter went to college. How could they be in the dark about the situation? How ironic. They live in the same city, but have never passed each other. The original owner really lacked a bit of luck. Chapter 8. My biological father is quite reliable. What about her? You have a daughter? Mo Xiaoxi asked. She was somewhat curious about Mo Xiaoyao. Even if she wasn't really curious, she just treated it as small talk. Mu Chengfeng understood instantly that she was asking about Yao Yao, the child who had occupied his biological daughter's life for 18 years. Yao Yao is still in the hospital. Mu Chengfeng paused. She is sick, we will continue to treat her. Mu Chengfeng was a little speechless. He felt that this was very cruel to his own daughter. A person who occupied her life for 18 years, life can be returned, but what about the lost time? What about the years she spent with him? Mo Xiaoxi smiled. He actually knew in his heart that it was possible to expect them to abandon Mu Xiaoyao, their adopted daughter, immediately. If they really did that, Mo Xiaoxi would not dare to follow him home. As for what kind of person Mu Xiaoyao is, she will naturally come into contact with her in the future, and how to deal with her remains to be seen. At this moment, they heard a sharp question in their ears. "What, who did you say is sick?" The voice was sharp and piercing, a feeling Mo Xiaoxi was familiar with. She turned around and saw Du Huan looking at the two of them in shock. Du Huan was also surprised when she saw Mu Chengfeng and Mo Xiaoxi turning their heads to look at her at the same time. She marveled at the wonder of blood relationship. The two had the same expressions and similar facial features. Of course, she remembered Mo Xiaoxi, the pregnant woman who was urgently sent here by the hospital. When she was waiting to give birth, she only had the harsh voice of her mother-in-law, who said, "It's just giving birth to a child. Every daughter has a child, but you are the only one who feels the pain. You can't give birth at home, but you have to come to the hospital. You have to have a cesarean section. How much money will this cost?" At that time, Du Huan didn't know she was pregnant with twins. In order to save money, she didn't do any prenatal checkups. At that time, giving birth in the countryside was not so particular, and generally the midwife was asked to go home to deliver the baby. In the end, she had a difficult delivery and was taken to the hospital by ambulance, where she gave birth to her twin daughters in the emergency room. How come both of them were daughters? When the mother-in-law saw that they were two daughters, she went straight home, and she could only endure the pain from the incision to take care of the two daughters. In the next ward, the woman was beautiful and charming even though she was about to give birth, and the man was affectionate and kept comforting his wife in a soft voice and helping her walk around the ward to ensure a smooth delivery. At that moment, she felt a little jealous. Hearing their conversation, Du Huan knew that this was a couple from another place who came here for an important business trip. However, at this sudden moment, their wife showed signs of premature labor. Fortunately, the man left for a while because of something. It was such a coincidence that the woman gave birth when he left. It was also a little girl, but she was treated completely differently from herself, because she knew that if she gave birth to a daughter, she would be scolded early on, and would never smile as gently and from the heart as a girl. Thinking of this, Du Huan shuddered all over and quickly calmed down. What did she do then? She endured the pain and carried her younger daughter to replace the newborn baby. On her way out, she was bumped into by Mo Xiaoxi, who came in to check on the woman in labor. The woman was worried about the child and was not sleeping well. She opened her eyes and felt relieved when she saw it was the nurse. "Don't worry, I'll come over to see the baby. Just go to sleep." Mo Xiaoxi comforted softly. "Xiaoxi, why are you here? Come home with mom. You are not well yet, don't run around." Du Huan put on her professional fake smile again. It seemed that she was concerned about her daughter, and it seemed that the person who just asked was not her. Mo Xiaoxi stepped back a little more with a look of disgust. Du Huan's hands were empty. "Excuse me, is this Ms. Du Huan?" Mo Xiaoxi took over the conversation. "I called you several times but couldn't get through. I lost my phone," Du Huan said nonchalantly. "Xiaoxi, take me to buy another one later. Come home with me and I'll make you something delicious. Don't argue with your brother, he's still young. I'll beat him up when I get home." Mo Xiaoxi frowned. Did she still think that she was the original owner who could be appeased by a slap and then a sweet date? What's more, the original owner is easy to coax, because she thinks you are her biological parents. If you are not, then based on what you did to the original owner, what are you dreaming of living in peace with her? Mo Xiaoxi only frowned when he heard this. Du Huan did not ask about his daughter's health when they met, and showed no concern at all. She even asked her daughter for money as a matter of course. It can be seen that this is the normal state of their relationship. His heart ached again. "I have no money. If you want money, go ask your biological daughter." Mo Xiaoxi was angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? Is someone telling you nonsense again? Would you rather trust a stranger you meet for the first time than your mother who raised you for 18 years? Du Huan rolled her eyes at Mo Xiaoxi, her direction obvious. Mo Xiaoxi looked at Mo Xiaoxi and raised her eyebrows. Her eyes said, "It's up to you. Is it so easy to be a cheap dad, leaving me to face Du Huan?" Mo Xiaoxi cleared his throat after receiving this look, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Du Huan. "This is a matter between us, mother and daughter. Please leave as an outsider. I didn't give birth to my child in Brilliant Hospital. Your daughter's illness has nothing to do with me. I'm sick too. Don't look for me anymore. Contact me after you die. Don't think of throwing a sick child to me." Du Huan threw away the SIM card, thinking that Mo Xiaoxi found Mo Xiaoxi to ask her to help him do his job, but is bone marrow matching so easy? Not to mention the possibility that they may not match. Even if they do match, how much damage will your body suffer? My son is weak, so it's even more impossible. My husband is the head of the family, so it's also impossible. My eldest daughter, Mo Xiaonan, has gone out to work a long time ago. Apart from sending money on time, I haven't seen her for a long time. Since all my family members are impossible and my biological daughter is sick and can't be relied on in the future, there is no need to contact her. Regardless of whether they are biological children or not, their essence is the same. They are the mud under one's son's feet, the road on the soles of his shoes, a burden that he cannot help with, and has nothing to do with oneself. Looking at Mu Chengfeng, who was shocked, Mo Xiaoxi curled her lips into a smile, turned and left. You've seen it, right? There's much more to come. Mo Xiaoxi left Du Huan's cries and Mu Chengfeng's concern behind her. She couldn't stay here for long. As for the investigation on Mo Kan, she felt that it would not be something that could be accomplished overnight. Management was chaotic in that era, and all you could do was say inadequate supervision, apologize and pay compensation. If you really wanted to hold someone accountable, it would probably be a long process. Mo Xiaoxi couldn't fully trust Mu Chengfeng, who showed up unexpectedly, and her mother Meng Qilan, who she had never met. She first went back to their hotel and had a nap. At daybreak, she went to the restaurant opposite the number 1 middle school in the city where she worked to thank the owner. The boss hired her to save money, of course, but he never treated her badly. In the first few months, she still ate the guests' leftovers, and later the chef would make a little more and leave a bite for the original owner. Although it's not very good, it's always the only full meal I can have in a day. Although his attitude was not very kind, his actions did help the original owner a lot. Mo Xiaoxi then bought some fruits and returned to the number 1 middle school. Teacher Zhu simply dialed the police number and carefully saved the recording on his work computer. He was also waiting anxiously at the school. The guard would not let anyone else in, but the person who came was Mo Xiaoxi, this year's top scorer by a wide margin and the provincial champion. The Education Bureau also gave her a bonus, although it had not yet arrived, but it did not stop the guard from recognizing her, and he even made an exception to allow Mo Xiaoxi to return to her alma mater. Look at you, you're here, but why do you bring anything with you? Zhu Wenhua saw the fruit that Mo Xiaoxi was holding. She knew that this child had little money and lived a hard life, so she scolded her. Mo Xiaoxi's smile made Zhu Wenhua stunned for a moment. After all, this was the first time she saw this child smile, and even when she brought her food, she could only see the child's cautious expressions of gratitude. Teacher, you should take the things while you are talking, and then take a look at what I brought. Zhu Wenhua laughed, only then he realized that what he said was just a standard courtesy when visiting relatives and friends during the holidays. But swearing to God, he and Mo Xiaoxi were absolutely sincere when they said this. Zhu Wenhua gently patted Mo Xiaoxi's hand. What a naughty child. Mo Xiaoxi took the opportunity to hug Zhu Wenhua's arm and walked towards the office with the teacher. Zhu Wenhua did not reject this intimacy, but patted Xiaoxi's hair. Teacher, I'm here to thank you. I was ignorant before. Thank you for taking care of me. Who's taking care of you? Those are about to expire. It would be a waste if I don't give them to you. Zhu Wenhua said one thing and meant another. Mo Xiaoxi laughed and rubbed her head against Zhu Wenhua's arm again. This teacher is really cute in his stubbornness. The original owner had never received love from Du Huan, and Zhu Wenhua was once her fantasy of maternal love. Mo Xiaoxi was thinking, at the moment, Mu Chengfeng, the cheap dad, is not bad, but what is Meng Qilan, the mom, like? Chapter 9, Shave off your eye-catching colored hair. While Mu Chengfeng and Mo Xiaoxi were having dinner together, Meng Qilan was also visiting her adopted daughter in the hospital. The single room in the private hospital has a large balcony, hydroponic sunflowers, a separate bathroom, and a small space for making porridge and medicinal food. The bookcase beside the bed is filled with various books and dolls. The girl's hospital gown is comfortable and obviously custom-made. How can the daughter I have raised for so long not be my biological daughter? Where is my biological daughter? From her babbling to her toddling, I have never participated in her life. Is she living a good life? Whenever Meng Qilan thought of this, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. If she couldn't find the child for a day, she would feel extremely miserable and her hair would even turn gray. Meng Qilan was shocked when she saw the message from her husband on her phone. But she kept her facial expression calm when she saw Mu Yaoyao lying on the hospital bed. She comforted him. Yaoyao, your father said there are some clues. You will get better soon. Mu Yaoyao's appearance was not very delicate, but she was also pretty and pretty. She was completely different from the beautiful Meng Qilan. Unexpectedly, she was not her parents' daughter. Will they like me? Mu Yaoyao felt a little uneasy. Yes, but I accidentally took the wrong child. In the future, you will have two families and two loves. Besides, our Yao Yao is so well behaved, they will definitely like Yao Yao very much. Tomorrow, Mom will go to meet them in person, and soon our Yao Yao will be running around in the sun like before. Then Mom, will you dislike me? Mu Yao Yao asked cautiously. How could that be? Mom will always like Yao Yao. Meng Qilan stroked Mu Yao Yao's hair, her heart softening. The child was lacking a sense of security. What Mu Yao Yao didn't ask was, would you like her more? But Mu Yao Yao didn't dare. Ever since she knew she was not her biological child, she felt like her life was stolen. When I was born in that small county town, my biological parents' family background must not be as good as the Mu family's. But should I leave? Should I give all this back? The grace of raising a child is greater than the grace of giving birth to one. She couldn't bear to leave her adoptive parents. They had raised her as their own daughter for 18 years. After 18 years of hard work, they wouldn't want to leave her either. They had never gotten along with their own daughter, so they would definitely like her more, right? Comforting herself in this way, Mu Yao Yao gradually fell asleep, but she didn't know that Meng Qilan, who had returned home, suffered from insomnia again, because as soon as she closed her eyes, she would see a blurry shadow, which gradually moved stiffly in the cold winter night. She felt that that was her own biological daughter. She didn't dare to sleep because she felt her daughter was as fragile as a wisp of smoke that would disappear in the blink of an eye. My heart ached and tears fell uncontrollably. Mu Chengfeng, who tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep, woke up late as expected. When he went to look for Mo Xiaoxi, he found nothing. When he wanted to contact her, he found out that the child didn't have a cell phone at all. Seeing that the child might be right in front of him, but he didn't know where he had run off to early in the morning. Fortunately, he knew that the child would definitely come back. Mu Chengfeng tossed and turned, unable to wait quietly. Mo Xiaoxi was chatting happily with Zhu Wenhua. She didn't expect that she and her teacher had such a fate. In the same ward, the first friend she made was Zhu Wenhua's daughter, and the only meal she had in the ward was with the teacher's mother. Just like the teacher, he is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. As a result, as soon as Mo Xiaoxi left, Zhu Wenhua was congratulated by her colleagues. First, her bonus had come, and second, she had applied for a scholarship for the top student in the class, which had also been received. The scholarship comes from the school, the education bureau, the city, and so on, adding up to nearly 100,000 yuan. The school leaders have already taken reporters to Mo Xiaoxi's home. But Zhu Wenhua knew Mo Xiaoxi's situation, and also knew that Mo Xiaoxi might not be a child of the Mo family. The money had gone into the pockets of the Mo family, and it was really impossible to get it back. With this money, Mo Xiaoxi's 4 years in college will be much easier. She doesn't know the identity of Mo Xiaoxi's biological parents yet. How sad it will be for the little girl to be alone when the time comes. But Mo Xiaoxi didn't have a cell phone, and Zhu Wenhua was running around in the office in a panic. Mo Xiaoxi was strolling on the street. She came from the world of immortal cultivation, and when she came here, she had not observed everything carefully. Then she realized something was wrong. There was a group of thugs following her. Mo Xiaoxi pretended not to know, but deliberately walked towards a more remote place. She waited until she reached a dead end and turned around to see her so-called brother, who was with a group of bad boys, looking at her with a grin. TSK, go ahead, why don't you go? The leading young man spoke, throwing a brick in his hand. Mo Xiaoxi felt dizzy. Among the young men in front of her, except Mo Xiaohui who looked normal, the others were all colorful. Colorful clothes, colorful hair, red, green, blue, purple, competing for beauty. Covering the eyes, blocking the ears, frizzy explosion. In order to show that he is social, he deliberately holds a cigarette butt in his mouth, hunches his back, slumps his shoulders, squints his eyes, and twists the corners of his mouth, as if this makes him look cool and arrogant. Mo Xiaoxi blinked, wanting desperately to get the image in front of her head out of her mind. It was too scary. She really wanted to take their pulse to see if they had any invisible diseases that affected their aesthetic taste. I looked around and found that there were no cameras here that could record everything a person does. That was great, as I just wanted to stretch my muscles. Except for Mo Xiaohui, everyone received Mo Xiaoxi's love education. Some people actually brought knives, but they were not very sharp. Mo Xiaoxi snatched them directly and shaved their hair. Then, looking at the shiny and reflective heads, she felt, well, this was much more pleasing to the eye. Several people cried for their parents, feeling that losing their hair was more terrifying than being beaten, and they ran away crawling. Where did this witch come from? Run away. Mo Xiaoxi turned around and looked at Mo Xiaohui, the only one left, and sneered, "Boy, you are quite courageous." Mo Xiaohui's legs were trembling, but when she thought about the fact that she was the only one who was not beaten, she realized that this little girl still took their feelings into consideration and did not dare to be too harsh on her. Otherwise, her parents would be even colder to her and she would be very upset. Besides, she looked fierce, but the brothers didn't seem to have suffered any skin injuries except for losing their hair, so they became even bolder. He swallowed his saliva and said fiercely, "You little bitch, you are so bold that you even dare to be fierce to me and even go to the police station to make a false report." Mo Xiaoxi sneered. She only hit the acupuncture points directly, so there would not be any external injuries on the surface. But the group of people just now, the lightest one would have to lie in bed for a week. Seeing that Mo Xiaoxi sneered but did not make any move, Mo Xiaohui became bolder. "Stinky girl, I tell you, you have to work like a cow or a horse for me for the rest of your life. If you know what's good for you, just give me all the money you have. Work like a slave for you? Did you inherit your family's ancestral foot basin or build this half of the empire? Go to sleep, you can have anything in your dreams." Mo Xiaoxi was not in a hurry at all, and spoke slowly and leisurely, like a cat teasing a mouse. "You little bastard, you're just a little bastard." But before Mo Xiaohui could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. Mo Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Say it again, what am I?" Mo Xiaohui spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said with all his might, "Why are you so arrogant? If my parents find out, you won't be well. They will beat you to death. You still haven't learned your lesson." Mo Xiaoxi swung her hand forward and lifted it to remove his chin. "If you can't speak, don't speak. I thought to myself that this white flour steamed bun feels really good. However, after eating dry steamed buns for so many years, I feel sick when I see this steamed bun." Mo Xiaoxi took off Mo Xiaohui's coat, and calmly tore it into two pieces in front of his frightened eyes. She used one half to tie Mo Xiaohui's hands behind his back, and used the other half to tie his legs. After thinking for a while, she tore off the pocket and stuffed it into Mo Xiaohui's mouth. "It's really hot now. I won't freeze to death, and it's okay to go hungry for a few meals. It's just that personal problems are hard to solve." Mo Xiaoxi looked at the lower body of this cheap brother maliciously, thinking, Du Huan is her biological mother, she shouldn't be disgusted. But not long after walking out of the alley, I saw the gang leader who was crying and talking to a very elegant woman. Time seemed to be particularly kind to the woman. She was extremely beautiful and had a noble temperament. However, at this moment, she was frowning and looking at him with disgust and disapproval. Chapter 10, The Weak Girl Who Beats the Colorful-Haired Thugs with One Punch. Mo Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows and ignored her. As a result, when they passed each other, she heard the woman's clear voice saying, "Stop." Mo Xiaoxi looked at the two of them in confusion and was surprised. She thought that the colorful-haired leader might have complained, but did anyone really believe that they could bully this group of people? "What's up? Little girl, you should do the right things at the right age. You are so young, and you are doing things like walking around and beating people up. Don't your family members care about you? I hate it when my family members are always asking me if I am in charge or not. Don't say that no one is in charge of the original owner. Even if someone is in charge, what business is it to you? There are many reasons for the formation of a person's behavior and character. If no one is in charge of me, doesn't it imply that I have no upbringing? What has it got to do with you?" Not knowing the whole story, he immediately stood on the moral high ground to express his dislike and criticism. Mo Xiaoxi's pent-up anger over the past few days was suddenly aroused. "Did you see me hitting someone?" The woman glanced at Saima's head, and Mo Xiaoxi followed her gaze. There were bruises at the corners of Saima's eyes, and his hair was not sharp because he was the first one to be shaved, so there were still a few strands of hair that slipped through the net, swaying in the wind. It makes people who see it feel obsessive-compulsive and they really want to shave their heads. The colorful-haired leader's heart was also bleeding. When several people were fleeing in a hurry, he was caught by this nosy woman, who asked him what happened with concern. He just said that he was beaten by a female boss and expressed his grievances. He originally wanted to cheat some medical expenses, because the woman was well-dressed and well-spoken, but he was brought here to uphold justice. If others knew about this, would I, as the boss, still be able to survive in the underworld? Sima mumbled, Auntie, forget it. I have something to do when I get home. She didn't feel anything at the time, but now she feels like all the bones in her body are falling apart. It hurts so damn much. Why is he so unlucky? He will beat up Mo Xiaoxi every time he sees him next time. Was it said that his second sister is weak and pitiful? It's okay. If you have any grievances, tell Auntie. Are you really here to uphold justice? Mo Xiaoxi sneered. It turns out that there are really such naive people. This family must be protected so well. If he really is a gangster, even his family can't control him. Do you, a stranger, expect him to reflect on his mistakes, kneel down and beg for mercy, and swear to be a new person just because of a few righteous words from you? Little girl, you are not very old and you don't look like a bad person. You should avoid fighting in the future. Let me ask you one more question. Did you see it? Mo Xiaoxi interrupted impatiently. Look at his height and weight, then look at mine. Look at his gender, then look at mine. Sima, let me ask you, did I hit you? No, Sima quickly replied when he realized that he was being talked to, and actively claimed the nickname given by the boss. I can lose a fight and I can surrender, but I can't let others know that I was defeated by such a little girl. Auntie, I guess you heard him say that he was beaten in this area, so you came over and saw me and wanted to teach me a lesson, but how did you determine that it was me? I don't look like someone who could beat him, right? So why did you determine that it was me? Meng Qilan felt a little embarrassed. She really wanted to help this girl get out of the wrong path. She didn't know why she felt it was her the moment she saw her. Mo Xiaoxi said with a hint of sarcasm, because my clothes don't fit me and are old and tattered, and because my hair is dry and yellow, do you think it's dyed? Auntie, people are poor, but they are not necessarily bad people. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Meng Qilan bowed her head and apologized. She had something on her mind. Thinking that her child might also be bullied, she came to uphold justice without any reason. No, Auntie didn't misunderstand me, but are you coming here to seek justice without asking the reason? The words, seek justice, made Mo Xiaoxi sound a little sarcastic. They are a group of people who came to beat me up and rob me. Mo Xiaoxi pointed at Sima and then at herself. Her meaning was self-evident. You mean, you want me to reason with them like you did? Meng Qilan. The girl is a bit aggressive. However, Meng Qilan was relieved. She hadn't seen clearly just now because of the backlight, but now she could see clearly that it was a thin little girl who obviously came from a poor family. It's better that she wasn't bullied, and fortunately for her, she won't suffer secondary harm because of herself. Thinking of Mu Yao Yao when she was little, she would cry when she encountered a little grievance, and I had to comfort her. The little girl in front of me was first bullied, and then wronged by me. She must be very aggrieved. At this time, even if Mo Xiaoxi admitted it, she didn't think that it was really Mo Xiaoxi who hit someone, she just thought that she was rescued by someone else. Meng Qilan smiled, revealing a sense of intimacy, and said, Auntie, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Then, she took out a business card and handed it over. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Mo Xiaoxi did not refuse. The woman was like Grandma Ju, with a sense of justice, a little confused, and unlikable, but not a bad person. There was no need for her to be like a hedgehog, always wanting to prick her. It's just confusion, there is still hope. However, after seeing the content of the business card, Mo Xiaoxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Meng Qilan was the original owner's biological mother. Throwing aside prejudice, she is noble, elegant, beautiful, and, relatively speaking, has a sense of justice. If justice had not fallen on her head, she might have been a really good mother. She suddenly looked forward to the formal meeting in the afternoon. She wondered what expression Meng Qilan would have when she saw her, Mo Xiaoxi thought with evil humor. During the confrontation between the two, Sima hurriedly ran away with the nickname he had just adopted. He was in so much pain that he had to go home and stay in bed for a few days. Before leaving, he heard the female boss say in his ear, go to Mo Xiaoxi's house tomorrow night and ask his parents to pick him up. It's almost noon. To express my apology, how about I treat you to a meal? Meng Qilan was stunned for a moment after she said this. She didn't realize that her tone actually carried a hint of uneasiness. Mo Xiaoxi was surprised. She thought Meng Qilan would hate people like her. Perhaps she understood Mo Xiaoxi's surprise. Meng Qilan added, I see that you are suffering from long-term malnutrition and hunger. She is so small, and looks to weigh less than 70 kilograms. I'm really afraid that a gust of wind will blow her away. Meng Qilan's kindness extends to everyone, and she always hopes that there will be a glimmer of hope for her own daughter. What's more, their husband said that his daughter might not be living well and was suffering from hunger and cold. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. I'll take you to a crowded restaurant for dinner, not to a remote place. It seemed that she was afraid that Mo Xiaoxi would doubt her behavior, so she spoke more sincerely. She heard from her husband that her suspected biological daughter was not living well, and she hoped that she could meet a kind person and have a meal when she was hungry. Okay. Mo Xiaoxi answered readily. It was almost noon, and she really had no place to eat. She hadn't received her salary from the restaurant yet. It wouldn't be a sin to eat a meal with her own mother. When I arrived at the hotel, I ran into Mu Chengfeng, who was waiting there. He had an appointment with his wife. Then he saw Xiaoxi and waved excitedly. The child doesn't have a cell phone, and I haven't been able to contact him since we separated yesterday. I was so anxious that I did nothing else in the morning but ran to the mall and bought cell phones of various brands, filling up a suitcase with them. Qilan, you met. This is the one I told you about. Xiaoxi. Mu Chengfeng introduced himself to Meng Qilan. Xiaoxi? Meng Qilan looked at her husband, then at Xiaoxi. They were both thin and frail, but... Husband, are you sure that the weak, pitiful and aggrieved daughter of ours you are talking about is the girl in front of you who knocked down a colorful-haired gangster with one punch? Chapter 11. Let us go find a place. Mo Xiaoxi ignored Meng Qilan's gaze and ate her meal happily. But she did not accept the mobile phone given by Mu Chengfeng. Uncle, the results haven't come out yet, and it's not certain that I am the one. This meal is an apology from Auntie, so I accept it, but I really can't accept this phone. Mu Chengfeng was speechless. He didn't want to experience this kind of anxiety again. The child was found and was right in front of him, but he was too rational and didn't want to get close to him at all. He especially wanted to ask, Child, can't you just climb up the pole? But Mo Xiaoxi didn't. The original owner was used to being independent, Mo Xiaoxi, and planned to buy it on her own. Child, can you tell me about your story? Meng Qilan asked cautiously. Meng Qilan is a gentle and righteous person. She is also a pianist and can be considered an artist with some literary skills. Mo Xiaoxi was not like any other girl she had ever met, but because of their blood relationship, she was willing to get close to her. The child looked thin and short. If it was a stranger fighting, she might frown and try to reason with him. But if it was her own biological daughter, Meng Qilan suddenly thought, this doesn't seem like a bad idea? It is better to bully others than to be bullied. She didn't think she was hypocritical, but the more she looked at the child, the more fierce he was, which meant he wouldn't be bullied and his life wouldn't be as bad as in her dreams. But the child was too thin. Thinking of her adopted daughter Mu Xiaoyao, who was so graceful and elegant, she felt a little sad. I raised other people's children so well, why is my own daughter so thin? Meng Qilan didn't know about Mo Xiaoxi's experience yet, she just thought that her adoptive parents were from a poor family. At that time, we finally found the suspected Mo Yang Duhuan family, but when we made a phone call, we got a reply that the age did not match. After contacting Duhuan, she only mentioned the hospital. How did she know that the age didn't match? Duhuan changed her name. Apart from her son, her two daughters also changed their ages. One became 2 years older and the other 3 years younger. Is this just a coincidence? Just as Meng Qilan was thinking, Mu Chengfeng's expression became more and more solemn. Xiaoxi, are you the provincial champion this year? I have been busy all the time, and I knew that Mo Xiaoxi had seen the best university in City B, but I didn't expect it to be so good. The child is so successful even though he is not around. Mu Chengfeng feels a little useless. The best thing would be that God would open his eyes and confirm that this child is his biological daughter. Otherwise, after losing her and finding her again, Mu Chengfeng felt that he could die on the spot. Yes. Mo Xiaoxi answered nonchalantly. Grades were no big deal. If she didn't study hard, her life would be even more miserable. Passing the entrance examination was her only chance, and she grasped it well. Mu Chengfeng was not happy. He looked at the push notifications on his phone with a frown on his face. With deep love, ordinary families build a bridge to colleges and universities for love. This is a push notification of the local news that I follow. Under the title, a large amount of space is devoted to describing how an ordinary family, with the efforts of their whole family, sent their second daughter to the best university in the country. The whole article is extremely sensational, and it also focuses on describing the scholarships given by various organizations to help them. This money is like a timely help to this poor family. The eldest daughter goes out to work so that her younger sister can go to school. The youngest son was forced to drop out of school so that his second sister could go to school. Thinking about the series of information I received from the secretary this morning, I was really touched that my own daughter had been washing dishes in a restaurant at the age of 8 and could only wear the old clothes of her neighbor's sister. Fuck you. Touch your grandma. Mu Chengfeng was angry. He looked at the confused Mo Xiaoxi, then looked at his confused wife, and took the two of them to the Mo family. Mo Xiaoxi has very good eyesight. In fact, she just saw Mu Chengfeng's mobile phone screen. She couldn't see the words clearly, but the photo was obvious. Aren't those the school leaders and Mo Yang Duhuan who would appear in fixed positions when the school takes graduation photos? They were all smiling so hard that their teeth were showing. Thinking of Mu Chengfeng's question, Mo Xiaoxi had a guess. Teacher Zhu also hinted to her that she should not worry about money, and that things would turn around. As a result, it went into someone else's pocket. So, Mo Xiaoxi also became angry, and the three of them went to the Mo family angrily. Mo Yang saw the three people, then looked at Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan, and was shocked. How did you find this place? I changed my name and moved, so why are you still looking for me? There was a moment of panic on Mo Yang's face. They were supposed to come anyway, after all, they were Mu Yaoyao's relatives. They were also needed to do bone marrow matching for her adopted daughter. However, by this time they had long forgotten their original purpose. Let me see if it's too hot for Mr. Mo to take Xiaoxi's money, Mu Chengfeng said. After a moment of panic, Mo Yang had returned to normal. Why do you care so much about my daughter? Although my daughter is still young, she is an adult after all. It is not appropriate to be in a melon field with a plum tree. Mo Yang's words have hidden meanings. Rich people have to have face. He said this himself. He is not afraid that he will give up without knowing the difficulty. He thought clearly that they had just arrived yesterday, and the paternity test must have not come out. As long as it had not come out, Xiaoxi was his biological daughter. That's right. I've always treated Xiaoxi as my own daughter. It's natural for me to take this money. I raised her. Duwan added angrily. Treat them as your own children. Mo Xiaoxi was stunned. Meng Qilan and Mu Chengfeng were so angry that their eyes turned red. They originally thought that the child might just come from a poor family, but it turned out that his adoptive parents were so weird. Meng Qilan, who has been a lady all her life, wants to hit someone. Why don't you come over here, you little girl? What are you doing with strangers? Aren't you afraid of being kidnapped and sold? Du Huan felt jealous and guilty when she saw the Mu family members dressed in fancy clothes, so she took out her anger directly on Mo Xiaoxi. Mo Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and took a step back. You? Du Huan was about to step forward to grab her angrily, but Mo Xiaoxi dodged and at the same time exerted force with her foot, tripping Du Huan and causing her to fall flat on her face. Ouch, why did you fall? Let me help you up. Meng Qilan gritted her teeth and stepped forward, holding Du Huan's arms with both hands, but deliberately stepped on her clothes, causing Du Huan to struggle for a long time but unable to get up. Mu Chengfeng looked at his wife who had lost her mind and his daughter who was being lazy, and felt that he had to take the lead at this time. Mr. Mo, don't get me wrong. I was originally planning to support Xiaoxi, but now that I've received a large sum of money, I may not need it anymore. Mo Yang's eyes rolled. Didn't he know that Mo Xiaoxi was their child? That's right, a paternity test can't be done that quickly. I need it. Your house is bare. Mo Yang smiled with a hint of flattery. But I heard that you were involved in a case. If so, your daughter's future will also be affected. Mu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes. If Mo Kan was arrested, he would definitely be implicated. Your future will be affected and you are worried that the money you donated will be wasted. It's a misunderstanding. My cousin did call me, but she just wanted to talk about going home to worship the ancestors. Isn't Xiaoxi successful? It has nothing to do with me, so she let me go. Seeing Mu Chengfeng's incredulous eyes, Mo Yang added, my cousin is fine. She had a quarrel with the child and said something that caused misunderstanding. She came out last night. This was explained because they were afraid that their immediate family members might commit crimes and it would also affect Xiaoxi's future. Sure enough, Mo Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Mo Can also came out. Chapter 12, Blatant Favoritism. Is there any law here? Mu Chengfeng, who always used his brain, had red eyes and rushed forward with a punch. Mo Xiaoxi was stunned. Although it was a bit disgraceful for gentlemen to fight, she was really touched in her heart. She felt a sense of fulfillment as if she was surrounded by her family. However, although Mu Chengfeng has a good figure, he trained in the gym at that time. Compared with people like Mo Yang who work hard for a long time, his strength is still a little lacking. It won't be long before he will definitely suffer a loss. Mo Xiaoxi pulled Meng Qilan up and pushed her into the Mo family's home, and told her to lock the door. Mo Xiaoxi could beat up Mo Xiaohui, but due to moral principles, she couldn't beat up Mo Yang and Du Huan directly. But this did not prevent her from making trouble when Mu Chengfeng was about to suffer a loss. Amidst all the insults of "damn girl" that were blocked as soon as they were typed out, they waited for the police to arrive and were taken to the police station. The Mo family just went back yesterday, and this time they were back in jail again. People almost treated them like familiar faces. Although he was suspected of being involved in a child swapping case, doesn't this prove that it was a misunderstanding? Now that even Mo Can's suspicion has been cleared, he will be even less of a problem. What's more, in their area, is favoring boys over girls a problem? The person who recorded the conversation was a patient in the same ward as my daughter. It was not such a coincidence. Besides, they did not know this family, but they had heard that their daughter was the only one in the family who was studying and was about to go to a prestigious university. Could she be so impatient that she would leave her impoverished family behind? An intern who had just started his internship even joked with a smile, "What's the matter, brother? Your daughter sent you here again." Mo Yang just raised his head and smiled bitterly without saying a word, looking very aggrieved. Mu Chengfeng, with messy hair, red eyes and an angry face, looked more like the troublemaker. Facing Mu Chengfeng, the intern turned cold and unsmiling. "Tell me, why are you picking a fight?" Mu Chengfeng looked at Xiaoxi, who was obviously getting closer to her. Even though he didn't win the fight, he was happy in his heart. "Let's talk about it after my lawyer arrives." "Lawyer? Why are you pretending to be so big and powerful in this small place?" The intern's attitude was obviously unfriendly, which made Mu Chengfeng so angry that he laughed, but he refused to answer any questions. He seemed to have grasped the pulse of his own daughter, but she lacked warmth and love, and grew up alone with difficulty and stumbling. She didn't mind if you treated her badly, but she would be touched if you treated her well. What she wanted was your blatant favoritism. "Hey, you!" The intern wanted to lose his temper, but was stopped by the old policeman behind him and taken outside. "Master, what are you doing? It's obvious that those two outsiders have bullied people at home, and my daughter is also a traitor. It's such an obvious thing, why are you dragging me to do it?" The old policeman was angry. This young man was too impetuous. "Obvious? How is it obvious? You clearly know that they were just involved in the child swapping incident. Do you understand the whole story and yet you draw such a conclusion? It's fine for others, but you wear this coat, so you have to live up to its fairness. You can't tell right from wrong, and you're going to peel off this layer of skin for me." "Master, it's not," the intern wanted to explain. He felt that the master was targeting him and was afraid that he would steal his credit. "Obviously, you also know that her daughter has been admitted to college. Look at the little girl inside, does she look like a college student? You should have seen it clearly yesterday, but because of the long time and lack of evidence, you changed your statement. Not only that, some well-nourished elementary school students are stronger than her. This child can run if the wind blows. That's serious malnutrition. It's so hot in June. How many children have you seen wearing long sleeves? Especially those that are ill-fitting and worn out. Either the child has no other clothes, or the child has scars on his body and is trying to cover up his ugliness. In this line of work, you must stick to the facts and be fair and just. If you can't do that, do you know how badly you can smear us?" The old policeman looked at the intern with disappointment on his face. The intern's heart also skipped a beat. Their voices were not loud, but the door was not closed tightly, so some of the sound could be heard inside. Seeing the concerned looks of Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan, Mo Xiaoxi coughed lightly twice and pulled down her sleeves. Mu Chengfeng felt guilty. He was a man and was not that thoughtful. He had been thinking about how to arrange for Xiaoxi to go home and how he had to buy her a mobile phone since he could not contact her. He did not pay attention to the child's inappropriate clothing. As for Meng Qilan, she didn't know at first that Xiaoxi might be her biological daughter. Later, after dinner, she went to the Mo family and naturally didn't care about her. Moreover, unlike Mu Chengfeng, she went into the Mo family in person, and nothing was more intuitive than seeing it in person. The Mo family moved to the city when Mo Xiaohui was 3 years old. This way, people around them would believe that Mo Xiaoxi and Mo Xiaohui were twins. The small 2-bedroom apartment is over 50 square meters. One room belongs to Mo Yang and Du Huan, and the other one belongs to Mo Xiaohui. There was a folding bed on the cramped balcony. She originally thought that was where her daughter slept, and wanted to take a closer look, but she saw a headshot on the headboard and discovered that it was a girl who looked very similar to her adopted daughter Mu Yaoyao. Yes, Mu Yaoyao and the family's eldest daughter, Mo Xiaonan, are real twins, and they look like they should. Nothing is more shocking than this direct visual impact. There is no trace of Mo Xiaoxi in this house at all. There were many photos on the wall of the living room, most of them were of the boy Mo Xiaohui, and some were of their family of 4. There were so many, but only one photo contained his daughter, who looked to be 2 or 3 years old, sitting on the floor in a dirty state. Mo Yang was holding the baby Mo Xiaohui, and Du Huan was holding Mo Xiaonan, who was about the same age, and was dressed neatly. It looked like it was a family photo taken when Mo Xiaohui was 1 month old. There is really nothing more visually impactful than this. Meng Qilan cried so hard that she was speechless. When she first found out that her daughter was not her biological daughter, she thought that Mu Yaoyao was raised by her own hands after all, and she would be doubly nice to her biological daughter, but would not mistreat her adopted daughter. However, she did not expect that her daughter would live this kind of life. She couldn't do it, she really couldn't do it. Even though the results haven't come out yet, she feels that this should be her daughter. Looking at Meng Qilan, who was crying without caring about her image at all, Mo Xiaoxi couldn't bear it. She patted her back gently and pressed her acupoints a few times. After a while, Meng Qilan fell asleep on the table. Xiaoxi had long noticed that her biological mother was somewhat depressed and anxious, and it was obvious that she had not gotten enough rest for a long time. She took care of the sick Mu Yaoyao and stayed up all night. At dawn, she took a plane directly to H province. She was already a little tired, and her mind was shaken, so it would be better for her to get some sleep. The assistant, who had been unable to contact his boss, flew back directly to make a personal appraisal. The boss has been searching for so long, and finally the answer is, it supports the existence of a father-daughter relationship. That skinny little girl is actually the boss's biological daughter. Chapter 13 Homecoming, Child. The young assistant Saibei also felt that he had gained a new experience in life. He actually had to go to the police station with a lawyer to rescue his boss and his wife. Oh, by the way, there is also the new boss's daughter, the future underboss. When the lawyer really arrived, the intern was a little confused. Is there really a lawyer? In his impression, lawyers were only for big shots, but these, although their clothes looked a little messy, these two outsiders were really well dressed. This matter was easy to handle, and Mu Chengfeng, Meng Qilan and Mo Xiaoxi would be able to get out soon. The assistant carefully handed the appraisal certificate to their boss. The boss's wife squinted for a while, her hands trembling, but she didn't dare to take it. Mu Chengfeng turned directly to the last page, supporting the existence of a father-daughter relationship. Seeing this, his heart was finally at ease, and tears rolled down his face. He covered his face with his hands, not knowing what to say. Is it painful? Of course it is painful. If the child suffers so much, it is because of my failure as a father. Are you happy? The child was found. It seems that she is not happy. The child is so thin. For her, these 18 years must have been a living hell. The child was found, but they had missed each other for 18 years. The child had grown up, and he wanted to hug him and be close to him, but he didn't know how to approach him. Seeing Mu Chengfeng like this, Meng Qilan burst into tears. The kids are so big now. Does she resent me and doesn't want to be close to me anymore? The child has been found, but who should compensate for the lost time, the years that slipped away, the energy and love that I have put in, and how should I accompany them? Mo Xiaoxi sighed, walked forward and hugged Meng Qilan. I'm back, I'm back, everything is fine. But how could it be alright? Just thinking about that kind of day was torture. Meng Qilan sobbed like a little animal that had lost its child, and her tears instantly soaked through the clothes on Mo Xiaoxi's shoulders. Mu Chengfeng also hugged his wife and his lost daughter, unable to say anything. The police officers watching around couldn't help but have tears in their eyes. After relieving their emotions, Mu Chengfeng and his group did not leave. Instead, they reported the case as victims, suspecting that their daughter was secretly taken away from the hospital. Although there is no evidence, Mo Yang, Du Huan and Mo Kan will still get out soon, but their behavior will be restricted. If they want to run abroad, it will at least be impossible. Then, Mu Chengfeng took the paternity test report and checked Mo Xiaoxi's household registration. What they were waiting for was this appraisal certificate. She was such a grown-up girl, and if there was no evidence, there was really no way to take her away directly. Mr. Mo, you are no longer Xiaoxi's guardian. I suggest you return Xiaoxi's 100,000 scholarship to me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. Mu Chengfeng did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he went to see Du Huan and Mo Yang. Don't even think about it. I raised Xiaoxi, and she has to take care of me in my old age. No matter what, I raised her, and she's an adult now. This is a fact. Even if I post it online and ask someone to judge for me, they will think I'm right. Du Huan screamed. She didn't want to take the money out. 100,000 was a considerable sum of money for them. Mo Xiaoxi couldn't help laughing. Du Huan is really the epitome of a bad teammate. Didn't you see that Mo Yan's face turned black? It is estimated that what the two were discussing just now was the use of online public opinion and the hiring of internet trolls to incite netizens who were unaware of the truth. This kind of thing needs to be ineffective, but Du Huan revealed it so carelessly in front of their enemy. Xiaoxi, my girl, your mother is not good to you, but your father has been good to you in the past few years. Mo Yang ignored Mu Chengfeng and played the emotional card with Mo Xiaoxi. Mo Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows. Compared with Du Huan, she was pretty good. Du Huan would take out her anger on the original owner whenever she had nothing to do, beating him up, twisting him a few times, which was commonplace. But Mo Yang never did that. He mostly ignored her and didn't care, as if she didn't exist at home. Before the original owner was 8 years old, he had always lived at home. At that time, Mo Yang said that he would not let the original owner go to school. It was the original owner who was smart. He ran to his neighbor's house to wash dishes in the neighbor's restaurant to help subsidize the family. This earned him the opportunity to go to school. But these two people in the family, one is coldly violent, and the other is hotly violent. The so-called elder sister makes Mo Xiaoxi do all the work, and she is always sarcastic and mocking. The original owner did not look like Mo Xiaonan, and she had once thought whether she had another couple who would come on a colorful cloud to take her home one day. However, the original owner never waited until the day she died. In the end, the original owner gave up and just thought that she and her sister were fraternal twins, one looked like the father and the other like the mother. Mo Xiaoxi pulled the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, Mr. Mo, I will remember the kindness of you and Ms. Du Huan in raising me. As he said this, he deliberately put his arms around Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan and walked out. This ungrateful bastard has been raised in vain. Mo Yang was furious. Think carefully. If you offend us, we will never do bone marrow matching and we will never save your sick daughter. Du Huan shouted. Seeing the three people looking back in surprise, Du Huan raised his head proudly, thinking that since the other party needed her help, they would come back and work like a slave in the end. You. Meng Qilan covered her chest, feeling a little short of breath. That's your biological daughter. Mo Xiaoxi hurriedly patted Meng Qilan's back and secretly pressed a few acupoints on her to prevent her from fainting. Blood relationship cannot be deceived. Mu Yaoyao and Mo Xiaonan are so similar, and it has been confirmed that Xiaoxi is their biological daughter. Therefore, Mu Yaoyao must be the other one of the twins born to Du Huan. But, she was so heartless to her own daughter, so how did they treat Xiaoxi over the years? It's just bone marrow matching. We only chose you because you have a higher chance of being a match. Our family has plenty of money, and it's the same with volunteers. Mu Chengfeng spoke, and his words, there is plenty of money, were very meaningful. Besides, she is your biological daughter. We will help her out of humanitarianism. If we don't care about her, the public opinion you mentioned will not help you. You ungrateful bastard, You try to cling to rich parents when you see them. Du Huan was furious. What he got was a mocking smile from Mo Xiaoxi, who then took Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan and left. The old policeman personally escorted a few people out. Ever since the lawyer came, he knew the identities of Mu Chengfeng and his group. They are tycoons in the electrical appliance industry. Let me ask, who doesn't he have electrical appliances from Mu's enterprise? Washing machines, refrigerators, and kitchen appliances are available in a wide variety and of good quality, enjoying an excellent reputation among the public. There is also real estate. When the real estate market was in a downturn, the Mu family built several buildings here, which was 18 years ago. As a result, the Mu couple came here and finally paid for the construction of the buildings, and donated them to the school as teaching buildings. Moreover, although the founder's family is extremely low-key, they have never stopped building schools, donating musical instruments, and donating libraries. Would offending such a person affect his local investment? I can only say that the old policeman is still thinking a little too far ahead. Chapter 14 Adopted Daughter. Because of the unpleasantness in Province H, Mu Chengfeng and Mo Xiaoxi discussed and asked their assistant to drive to the airport to prepare to return to City B. The family doctor was waiting at the Mu family's villa. Such a big thing happened at home, and it could be hidden from the two elderly people of the Mu family, but not from Mu Chengfeng's eldest brother. In the past 6 months, Mu Chengfeng has been traveling outside, and the company is under the supervision of his elder brother. The Mu family started from scratch during the old man's generation, and money is attractive. They were afraid that the two children would fight, so they split the family when they were still young. The eldest son Mu Chengyun was in charge of real estate, and Mu Chengfeng chose electrical appliances. Over the years, the atmosphere at home has always been harmonious and everyone helps each other. The family doctor was an acquaintance of the family. He first looked at the physical examination report that Mo Xiaoxi had taken with the female police officer before returning to City B, and pondered in his heart. This child has suffered a lot, and his physical development has been seriously affected. If it is delayed by another year, this child will definitely affect his future fertility and lifespan. Considering the emotions of Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan, Chen Nan did not explain in detail, but reminded them that they must have a physical examination in the next half-month, and that they must arrange for medication and food supplements. It would be best if they could invite a national player to help with the treatment. When Chen Nan left, it was already late. Meng Qilan carefully asked Mo Xiaoxi what she liked to eat. Mo Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable when she looked at Meng Qilan in front of her. The words, "I'm not picky about food," were on the tip of her tongue, but she never said them out loud. She is 18 years away from her parents, and now her parents are being cautious, trying to make amends. They are also afraid of the distance between them and her, afraid of no longer being needed by her. I always thought I wasn't picky about food, but yesterday's mushroom soup was so delicious that I want another bowl. Making requests with confidence can also make parents feel better, right? Hey, Mom will make it for you personally. Meng Qilan turned around, and tears flowed down her cheeks. My husband told me that the first time he had dinner with his daughter, she drank a bowl of mushroom soup. But it was a small city after all, so how delicious could that bowl of mushroom soup be? But it is such a simple bowl of soup that the child still remembers it today and thinks it is the most delicious thing. Meng Qilan has never been involved in domestic activities, but at this moment, she is willing to learn to make up for the 18 years that cannot be bridged between her and her child. Another important thing is to get Xiaoxi's household registration back as soon as possible. Therefore, Mu Chengfeng, who stayed behind, carefully discussed with Mo Xiaoxi, "Xiaoxi, look, this name." Mu Chengfeng asked. He fully respected his daughter's opinion. After all, the name Mo Xiaoxi was given by the Mo family, and it is accompanied by complete unbearableness and pain. But after settling down, should I change my name to Mo Xiaoxi directly? Or should I choose another name? Don't bother, just call me Mo Xiaoxi. Mo Xiaoxi spoke, mainly because, just call her Xiaoxi, there is not much difference between Mo Xiaoxi and Mu Xiaoxi. But seeing Mu Chengfeng's instantly guilty and sad look, Mo Xiaoxi thought for a moment and explained, I still have to report to the university. My student status and admission letter are both Mo Xiaoxi's. If I change it, I will need all kinds of proofs, which is too troublesome. However, Mo Xiaoxi paused and said, if you don't mind the trouble, I will change my name after I finish reporting. I will just call myself Mo Xiaoxi. Seeing Mu Chengfeng's instantly blooming smile, Mo Xiaoxi sighed silently. Alas, these days, even adults have to be coaxed. It's so tiring. They had been apart for too long, and her parents felt they owed her, so they treated her doubly well and with doubly care. Once you are familiar with it, it will be fine. Because of the fatigue from a day of traveling, Mo Xiaoxi was arranged to rest in the room shortly after the meal. The room was very big, twice as big as the Mo family's, with a small sofa, TV, computer, balcony and separate bathroom. But the decoration was minimalist in black, white and grey, and the cloakroom was full of men's clothes, suits, casual wear, sportswear, most of which still had tags. Looking at these, Mo Xiaoxi knew that this was the room of her brother whom she had not met yet. She came back in a hurry, so her room must not have been arranged yet, and her biological parents must not want her to live in Mo Xiaoxi's room. Because she was really tired, Mo Xiaoxi soon fell into a sound sleep. At this time, Meng Qilan's phone rang. It was a WeChat message. "Are you home, Mom? You must eat on time. Your daughter loves you." Meng Qilan looked at the WeChat message sent by Mo Xiaoxi with an obscure look in her eyes. The child she had loved for 18 years was not her biological daughter. This was more painful than having her heart dug out. What was even more painful was that there was a great possibility that she was the one her biological parents could exchange for her just so that she could enjoy the good life with her. Originally, she thought her family was rich, and if the baby was taken away by mistake, it would not be a problem for the family to raise another child. However, Meng Qilan felt that she could no longer face Mo Xiaoxi. When she saw her, she would think of the pale and thin face of her biological daughter, Xiaoxi. Even if Mo Xiaoxi is innocent, as the biggest beneficiary of the malicious exchange, her existence is an original sin. Mo Xiaoxi is still a child. She is not wrong, but is Xiaoxi wrong? Maybe because there was no reply, Mu Qingfeng's phone lit up. "Dad, please take good care of Mom. Love." Mu Chengfeng looked at his phone. "Qilan, we can't let Xiaoxi come back to this family." Meng Qilan responded, hugging the quilt and crying. Mu Chengfeng was also crying. After all, that girl was his sweetheart for the past 18 years. But after seeing Xiaoxi's life, they knew that they really couldn't let Xiaoxi and Xiaoxi live under the same roof. The familiarity and warmth between them always hurt Xiaoxi. After all, they were once a sweet family. All the moments they spent together could make Xiaoxi feel that she couldn't fit in. If Xiaoxi feels like an outsider in front of her parents, then they would be failing in their duty as parents twice. Thinking of Xiaoxi's thinness and Xiaoxi's graceful figure. Xiaoxi can study because she can earn her own living expenses. She has excellent grades and has received various scholarships. The school also waived her tuition. Xiaoxi was not very good at studying, so they hired various tutors for her. They discovered that she had a talent for singing, so they also hired various professional teachers. Xiaoxi has to wear old clothes from her neighbors, but Xiaoxi's clothes are all custom made, and her entire wardrobe is full of new clothes, which she can never wear out. Xiaoxi doesn't even have a bed of her own. Xiaoxi has her own property and shop, but her room at home is only over 100 square meters. Xiaoxi didn't get into a good university, but with their efforts, she took the art exam and went to the National Conservatory of Music. And Xiaoxi, with her own efforts, was admitted to the best university in City B. Xiaoxi is like a delicate flower in a greenhouse. They put all their family's efforts into raising a dazzling princess, but their biological daughter, who should have been held in the palm of their hands, was squeezed dry of blood and tears and had to support the adopted daughter's entire family. Mu Chengfeng felt heartbroken. "Xiaoxi, Daddy is worthy of you, but Daddy is not worthy of his own daughter Xiaoxi." In the dark ward, Mu Xiaoxi was in the hospital. The light in her hand illuminated her mottled face. She bit her lip and said, "Mom and Dad didn't even reply to the message. Did they find their biological daughter? Did they forget about me who was still in the hospital? Then what was the point of raising me for 18 years? Thinking about this, she called her brother Mu Yuan on video. "Brother, Mom and Dad didn't reply to the message, I'm a little worried." Chapter 15. Sisters are all scumbags. Mo Xiaoxi slept soundly all night without any dreams. She got up early and went to the bathroom to wash up, and then she saw the new clothes prepared at home. The bathroom was fully equipped. The bathtub had a massage function, and you could watch TV. The faucet even had a small display screen that showed today's weather forecast and itinerary reminders. Mo Xiaoxi took a glance and knew that her brother, whom she had never met, had an important meeting today. On the other side, there was a full-length dressing mirror. When Mo Xiaoxi stood in front of it, she heard a mechanical girl reporting Mo Xiaoxi's height, weight, physical condition, and skin condition. Then, a list of recommendations popped up on the surface of the mirror. Fortunately, although it looks high-tech, it is not difficult to operate. Mo Xiaoxi sighed. Compared with the life in the Mo family, this place was an unimaginable paradise. When she opened the door again, Mo Xiaoxi saw a young man standing against the wall at the door. He was clean and had a pair of eyes similar to Mo Xiaoxi's, looking at her. "Are you my legendary biological sister?" Mu Yuan frowned. "How come you are so thin and look like a poor little girl? Except for your eyes, everything else looks pitiful." Mo Xiaoxi looked at the boy, knowing that this was their victim whose room she had occupied, and smiled and said, "Hello, brother, I'm Mo Xiaoxi." Mu Yuan frowned again and looked Mo Xiaoxi over from head to toe. What was going on? Could it be that, as Ju Ting said, this brother had a good relationship with Mu Yao Yao and was against her coming? What is Mo Xiaoxi? From now on, you should call me Mu Xiaoxi. Also, does our family have no money to buy you clothes? What are you wearing? Mu Yuan looked at his sister critically again. Well, she was okay, quite pleasing to the eye more than Mu Yao Yao. The second impression was that she was thin, with dry yellow hair, pale face, and dry yellow skin. She was wearing long-sleeved trousers that were a little small, and the corners of her clothes were a little torn. Seeing his sister like this, Mu Yuan secretly complained that his unreliable parents didn't even prepare new clothes for his sister. The Mu family has always been more tolerant towards girls than boys, and Mu Yao Yao has been spoiled since she was a child. Mu Yuan has always been bullied because of her. He would cry when Mu Yuan played without her, and he would cry when he did better than her in the exams. He would also cry when he was not satisfied with the gifts given by her. He would also cry when Mu Yao Yao fell down while playing alone. Cry, cry, cry. Mu Yuan's deepest impression of his sister Mu Yao Yao was that she always kept her mouth shut and watched him cry aggrievedly. However, when his parents asked him about it, she wouldn't say anything, but just looked at him with tears in her eyes and an accusing look on her face, which led to him getting beaten up many times. Especially when talking, even when talking to his brother, it's the same, with all kinds of hints and routines. He's busy too. After all, the boys in the Mu family have to work hard on their own, they don't have any privileges, they are busy every day and have to take care of a doll. Looking at his own sister in front of him, Mu Yuan probably felt that some people were just born with incompatible auras. Otherwise, why did he think his sister was so graceful and adorable when she looked so skinny and pitiful? She was supposed to be a member of his Mu family, his Mu Yuan's biological sister. I knew my parents were unreliable, but fortunately my sister still has a brother like me. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan handed over the clothes in his hand. Take it, change it, don't let others think that our family is bankrupt. Xiaoxi looked at the clothes in Mu Yuan's hand and nodded. Well, thank you brother. Then he slowly returned to the room. In fact, Mu Yuan had really wronged Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan. It was July, the hottest time of the year. The clothes they prepared were cool and comfortable, but they were all short-sleeved. Xiaoxi did have quite a few hidden injuries, including numerous old scars on her arms and legs. Mu Yuan didn't say much about what happened at home. He only knew that his parents had found clues about his sister when he received a call from Mu Yao Yao. He ignored Mu Yao Yao's hint that he should go to the hospital to accompany her. After he was done, he went straight home and spent the whole night on the sofa. Perhaps guessing that his parents were upset, Mu Yuan did not contact them to inquire about Xiaoxi's condition. Instead, he called the family Dr. Chen Nan and learned that his sister was thin and fragile. Originally, I thought this fragility was the same as Mu Yaoyao's fragility that makes her cry at the slightest touch of wind. After being hinted at, I realized that this was real fragility. Imagine a refugee from some place with his ribs exposed. Mu Yuan shuddered and bought a set of long-sleeved clothes at a boutique that was about to close when he got off work. Fortunately, she didn't become as thin as a refugee. Fortunately, she didn't despise him and just bought him some clothes. She didn't cry when she saw the gift. The shadow that Mu Yao Yao left on Mu Yuan was really too big. Xiaoxi came out quickly and saw Mu Yuan still waiting at the door. She was a little confused, but she felt the kindness of this brother. Although he spoke harshly, it should be the Tsundere attribute that Ju Ting mentioned. Hello, brother. Xiaoxi continued to greet. Except for being a little yellow and thin, this little sister is so cute, so soft and adorable. Mu Yuan nodded. I went out with my brother to buy clothes this afternoon. You look like a beggar. Xiaoxi. This brother's words really deserve a beating. Doesn't my brother have an important meeting this afternoon? Xiaoxi wondered. She had seen Mu Yuan's schedule. Mu Yuan. It's so embarrassing to intern in my own company while hiding my identity and being bullied as an ordinary intern and having the fruits of my labor robbed. Brother, do you dislike me? Xiaoxi looked at Mu Yuan in confusion. That is, you have been with Mu Yao Yao for a long time, and you are repulsed by my coming. Do you think I am embarrassing? Do you think that it is okay to be wrong like this? Mu Yuan. Is it that Mu Yao Yao has a tall, rich and handsome fiancé who is also quite repulsive to me? Xiaoxi added. Mu Yuan. Or maybe, brother actually discovered that your feelings are no longer pure, and that he has transformed family affection into love, so he resents me for stealing Mu Yaoyao's favor. Mu Yuan collapsed. Throw those messy and dangerous thoughts out of your head. As soon as Meng Qilan went upstairs, she saw her son with a look as if he had been struck by lightning, and was talking to Xiaoxi in silence. Xiaoxi, your brother is just a reckless person. Don't bother with him. Meng Qilan glared at her son, then turned around and smiled to comfort her daughter. Xiaoxi nodded obediently. Yeah. It seems that what Zhu Ting said about the deep brother-sister love, the fact that she and her rich second-generation fiancé were competing for the adopted daughter's love and favor, and rejecting and ignoring her own sister, does not exist. It seems that her brother is not stupid, and this family is really a paradise. Mu Yuan. He should know that there is no sister who is not a jerk, the only difference is the degree of jerkiness. Chapter 16, Adopted Daughter, Why Don't You Go to Heaven? The child has been found, that's a big deal. The eldest couple of the Mu family, Mu Chengyun and Yu Qingyun, went to the old man's house early in the morning with a roll of files. This has been the most worrying thing for my family in the past 6 months. Mr. Mu and Mrs. Mu lived in a villa in the suburbs. It was a single-family villa with a large open space. The old couple planted flowers and vegetables when they had nothing to do, and their life was very comfortable. The file contains a lot of information about Xiaoxi, much of which Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan don't know yet. The child is really a good child, but his life is a bit hard. The old lady looked at the photos and listened to her eldest son's words. The information is already very detailed, and all that can be collected has been collected. Most of them are photos of various students with good academic performance receiving various scholarships and grants in school. The child doesn't like to laugh and always purses his lips, but his eyes are clear and bright. At first glance, he is a member of the Mu family, very generous. The old lady felt both relieved and distressed. Old Mrs. Mu has 2 sons. The eldest son, Mu Chengyun, also has 2 sons, but the youngest son, Mu Chengfeng, has a little daughter. When a child is just born, you are afraid that it will melt if you hold it in your mouth, and you are afraid that it will fall if you hold it in your hands. When she was young, Mrs. Mu was involved in the officialdom and was very successful. She had the aura of a strong woman. She could never stand how her youngest son and his wife spoiled their daughter so much, raising her like a brittle and fragile doll. And that girl didn't fit their style either. She was so delicate that she wanted to hide behind her parents when she saw herself and her eldest daughter-in-law, as if they were a monster that could eat her up. Every time I was full of enthusiasm and wanted to get close to her, but the little girl only looked frightened in return. After a long time, I lost interest in her. But half a year ago, when they found out that such a delicate little girl was not the child of their Mu family, they felt sad, heartbroken and anxious, but unexpectedly, they also felt calm. This is right, how could the child of the Mu family be like this? Be nicer to your child in the future, but don't be too deliberate. Old Mrs. Mu said as she looked at the information. This child's experience is very special. She has experienced hurt and warmth. Children lack love, and it can be filled a little bit. If you are too deliberate with her, she will feel uncomfortable and appear polite. It's good for the family to be warm and sweet. There is also warmth in quarrels. To be honest, I really think this child is good. He is really good. Even from a family like that, he worked hard on his own and was admitted to the best university in our country. Yu Qingyun, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Mu family, said that she has her own clothing company, which is thriving, and she is also a strong woman in the business world. These 2 people from the Mo family are so hateful. We must investigate. We must hold them accountable. Mu Chengyun said. He held a recent photo of the child's medical examination report in his hand. The scars on his body were clearly visible. Mr. Mu felt sad when he saw this. The child really suffered. We have to investigate, but we still have to ask Xiaoxi about how to deal with it. The child is grown up and has his own ideas. You just need to support him and don't interfere too much. As a result, Xiaoxi and the Mu family had just finished their rebellion when the doorbell rang. Because the child had just returned home, they were afraid that she would not be used to too many people at home, so the nanny, gardener and others were given a day off. When Mu Chengfeng went to open the door, he saw his parents, brother, sister-in-law, and 2 older nephews. The whole family was there. Mom, Dad, brother and sister-in-law, why are you here? Mu Chengfeng looked confused. Then he got the death stare from Mr. Mu. Old Lady Mu and his eldest brother, have you told your elders about such a big thing as the child's return? Oops. Xiaoxi, come quickly, your grandparents, uncle, aunt and 2 brothers are here. Mu Chengfeng turned around and shouted towards home. The result was that he received a death stare from his own mother. The child just came back and is not familiar with the family yet. Why are you scaring the child? And you let the child come out to pick someone up. Why don't you go to heaven? Xiaoxi was not embarrassed at all. She followed them out and greeted them openly. Grandpa and grandma, uncle and aunt, eldest cousin, second cousin, hello, I am Xiaoxi. If you didn't take it seriously, you wouldn't have come here so early in the morning. Hey hey hey. Xiaoxi received a series of responses. The gifts everyone brought him were not expensive, but they were all thoughtful. To be honest, apart from Mu Xiaoyao, no one in the Mu family sent gifts that were grand and expensive. Mu Xiaoyao is just a little girl. She has like those GBLI. G something shiny. Because Mu Yuan only gave her a doll for her birthday, she was so angry that she cried. The child's body needs to be taken care of. Mr. Xue will come back tomorrow morning to check Xiaoxi's pulse. Mr. Mu looked at Xiaoxi and liked her more and more. Xiaoxi saw Grandpa's gaze and smiled sweetly, which made the old man's heart melt. Old man Mu Kizhizi and old lady Bu Xiangtong, although their grandchildren are grown up, they look very young. Firstly, they don't have any worries, and secondly, they pay attention to health preservation. Old man Xue is Mu Kizhizi's long-time friend. Dad, did you invite Mr. Xue? Meng Qilan's face was full of surprise. Mr. Xue is a national player. In Xiaoxi's condition, going to the hospital would not be of much help. It would be best to recuperate at home. But they didn't expect to be able to invite Mr. Xue. This must be Dad's face. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. As he said that, Mu Chengfeng poured a cup of tea for the old man. Mu Chengfeng seems mature and steady, but after all, he has an older brother, and when all the family members are around, he is naturally still a little childish. The old man needs your tea. You are not serious at all. Xiaoxi observed them and felt that this was a truly loving family. Sister, what do you like? Big brother will take you to play tomorrow. Second brother will treat you to delicious food. Mu Zi and Mu Jian from Mu Qingyun's family said. Go away, don't compete with me for my sister. Mu Yuan said impatiently, if you like a sister, let your aunt have another one. Anyway, your aunt is still so young. That won't work. I still like Xiaoxi. Yu Qingyun said, pulling Xiaoxi into her arms and hugging her, don't compete with me for it. Oh my god, it's bad enough that my 2 brothers are fighting with me, but now my aunt is here too, she's so outnumbered. Mu Yuan pretended to cover his chest and squat, making everyone laugh. The family quickly became familiar with each other in this atmosphere of playing and fighting. Just then, Mu Yuan's phone rang again. He picked it up and saw it was Mu Xiaoyao. He frowned, muted the phone, and threw it aside. She hinted last night that I should go over to accompany her. Aren't you working? Today my sister came home and pushed all the things on her own. Ever since she fell ill, her mother has put aside all her work to accompany her. Isn't that enough? Doesn't the whole family have to eat? Besides, her condition is not serious now. It does not affect her actions or thinking. Why does she want to make 800 calls a day? What's more, she hired 4 people just to take care of her, and the meals were prepared by the cook at home and sent to her. What else did she want to do? When I was busy, I got off work at 12 o'clock in the evening. She also hinted that I should go to accompany her and sit by her bedside to watch over her. Why didn't she just go to heaven? Chapter 17 Head on Confrontation. Mo Xiaoxi saw Mu Yuan's anxiety and glanced at the phone he had thrown away. The three words, Mu Yao Yao, appeared on the screen black for a moment and then started ringing again. Brother, do you have anything to do? Go ahead and do it. Anyway, I have two older brothers at home. What do you know? You're just a kid. Go play somewhere else. Mu Yuan waved his hand and turned off his phone. He is not like her parents, who are so patient with Yao Yao. He has never had patience with this pampered girl since he was a child. Thinking of what Chen Nan said about the injuries on his younger sister, Mu Yuan's eyes darkened. Mu Yao Yao doesn't know what's going on. How has her family treated her unfairly? Even if she is not her biological child, she should be treated. Except for today when her biological sister came back. Which day has her mother not been in the hospital? Which week has she not been to the hospital to visit her? Her father is running to the hospital to see her and to her sister in another city. Our home is like a hotel. Since she got sick, our home no longer feels like a home. I've taken care of you for 18 years, but you just spent a day with your sister. Are you so impatient to call me repeatedly? As a result, his impatience was mistakenly taken as being directed at Xiaoxi, and he instantly received 8 death stares. Mu Yuan trembled all over and looked at Xiaoxi with resentment. Xiaoxi found it amusing and smiled. What a lovely family. At this time, Meng Qilan's cell phone rang again. Looking at the name, Meng Qilan was a little embarrassed and her face turned pale. Old Mrs. Mu frowned as she walked towards Tong. She had always been dissatisfied with her young daughter-in-law for spoiling her granddaughter. Raising a daughter in wealth does not mean raising a waste. The child was raised to be only spoiled and knew nothing except eating, drinking and having fun. She usually looked like a well-behaved and cute doll, but when something happened, she wanted to cling to everyone and sync with her. Answer it. Maybe it's something urgent. Bu Xiangtong looked at Meng Qilan with a light tone. Meng Qilan looked at Xiaoxi embarrassedly, then turned and went upstairs. This action made Bu Xiangtong furious again. What could be hidden from the child? If someone was suspicious, they would think that he was deliberately hiding it from her. Then Xiaoxi was pulled over by Yu Qingyun, who patted her hands and said, Xiaoxi is so well behaved, the aunt likes her no matter how much she looks at her, and she is also good at studying. In the future, the aunt will come often, and you will be despised. No, I like my aunt too. Xiaoxi hugged Yu Qingyun and smiled happily. Mu Yao Yao looked at Meng Qilan on the screen. She was on the second floor of her home. She had returned, but she didn't come to the hospital to visit her right away. She couldn't help biting her lip. Mom, you're back? Did you find your sister? His tone was somewhat resentful, but he still pretended to be strong and generous and smiled, a little bitterly. If you find it, take my sister back to our home. I guess my sister hasn't had a good life over the years. Let her adapt to the situation at home as soon as possible. Meng Qilan frowned, feeling uncomfortable. She hated Mu Yaoyao's statement that excluded her own daughter and sounded a little disdainful. Who is to blame for my daughter's inability to adapt? It's because the couple from the Mo family want you to live a good life. I treat you like a treasure, but my daughter lives a life worse than a blade of grass. This should be Xiaoxi's home. There's nothing to be uncomfortable with. Don't think too much. Just have a good rest in the hospital. I'll come to see you when I'm done with my work. Meng Qilan hung up the phone impatiently. Mu Yao Yao burst into tears instantly and threw away her phone angrily. Miss Yao Yao, what happened? This action alarmed the nurse who was cleaning. She was the nanny of the Mu family, and for Mu Yao Yao's habit, she also followed. It's okay. Mu Yao Yao responded. She comforted herself in her heart. Don't panic, she's just from a small place, so what if she's my biological child? She was timid and unpresentable. It's said on TV that whether a person is noble or not doesn't depend on whether they are related by blood. She hasn't learned anything, how can she chat with those rich girls? The circle will despise her and exclude her. But I am different. I grew up in this wealthy circle and I feel like a fish in water. Apart from the identity of her biological daughter, the so-called Xiaoxi was just a stranger who was related to her parents by blood, but she was the daughter they had carefully raised for 18 years. Cheng Feng, have you informed Xiaoxi's grandfather and uncle about the child being found? Mu Chiji asked. Mu Chengfeng was silent. I really forgot. Bu Xiangtong looked very stubborn. Your wife is an artist who has never been involved in any social affairs. It's fine if she doesn't understand these social practices. You have to take responsibility. For the past 6 months, everyone has been worried about this matter, and you didn't even tell me when you found it. As for the company, you're back, and the child is back too. You can go back and manage it yourself. Mu Chengyun added. This younger brother tries to slack off whenever he gets the chance. If you two are busy, let Xiaoxi come and live with us for a month. After a month, Xiaoxi will have to go back to school. Bu Xiangtong added. How can that be possible? The child has just come back and is not familiar with them yet. Meng Qilan returned with a bitter look on her face. Mom, Xiaoxi should stay at home and get familiar with the environment. We old couple just want to be close to our children. The house still needs to be renovated, and Xiaoxi needs to rest at this time. What's more, I live close to Mr. Shui, so it's convenient for follow-up examinations. What's more, you don't have long legs, can't you drive here by yourselves? The last sentence was directed at Mu Chengfeng. When Mu Yuan heard that his house was going to be renovated, he looked around and his heart skipped a beat. The house was filled with Mu Yaoyou's scent and her shadow was everywhere. Her clothes, her toys, her photos, her handicrafts. He was used to it, but letting Xiaoxi see these things every day, wasn't this a secondary injury? Then I have to go along and be annoying. Wherever my sister goes, I will go. I want to live next door to my sister. Mu Yuan shouted exaggeratedly. And there's me and us. Let's go and squeeze in with Mu Yuan. Grandpa and Grandma can't say that just because we have a younger sister, we too have been picked up from the trash can. Mu Zi and Mu Jian said with a smile. Well, then I'll go stay at my grandparents' house for a few days. Xiaoxi felt warm in her heart as she looked at these people who were vying to consider her. That's right. From now on, Aunt will have to go there for meals every day. Yu Qingyun smiled and patted Xiaoxi's head. Here, the key to their house. Meng Qilan reacted. As family members, they all had keys to the old man's house. There are some from the old house and ours, Xiaoxi, take them. Mu Chengfeng said. Okay, Dad, Xiaoxi happily put it away. But she felt sad in her heart. The original owner missed such a family. At this moment, there was a noise at the door. The servants at home were on holiday today, so who came at this time? Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Mu Yaoyou walked in wearing a hospital gown and barefoot. Seeing so many people, she tried her best to put on the most elegant posture, trying to walk in awkwardly but gracefully. Are you all here? I heard that my sister was found, and I was worried, so I came back to see her. Looking at Mu Yaoyou, Xiaoxi sneered, har har. Chapter 18. But I was the one who called them mom and dad for 18 years. I didn't change my clothes or wear my shoes, so I was really anxious. Xiaoxi looked at Mu Yaoyou, whose face was similar to that of the Mo family, but obviously fair and elegant. She took a step back. She was a little taller, a little whiter, and looked a little more delicate than her real twin sister, Mo Xiaonan. Mom, is there another sister at home? Xiaoxi raised her head and looked at Meng Qilan with a calm gaze. Meng Qilan had never seen Mu Yaoyou like this before, and she couldn't help but take a step forward. Only after hearing Xiaoxi's words did she react and staggered back several steps. No, dear Xiaoxi, there are only you and your brother at home. On one side is the daughter she has raised for 18 years, and on the other side is her daughter who has suffered for 18 years. The palms and backs of her hands are all flesh, and no matter which one is hurt, she will be the one who feels the pain. Oh. Xiaoxi responded. Mu Yaoyou's expression changed instantly, and she started crying aggrievedly. Mom, I can't bear to leave you and Dad. I have called you Mom and Dad for 18 years. She cried and grabbed Xiaoxi's hand. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean it. I didn't want to compete with you for Mom and Dad, but I was the one who called them Mom and Dad for 18 years. Now, you are me, but what about me? Who am I? She couldn't stop crying. Sister, please let me stay. I can't bear to leave my parents. Just treat me as a kitten or puppy. I won't disturb you. Just let me see my parents and brother. Xiaoxi didn't take her hand back, but people are not cats and dogs, you are a human being. You have such a deep relationship with your parents, it seems that I am too cold-blooded towards the Mo family. Mu Chengyun and the others' faces turned cold instantly. This is outrageous. Mu Xiaoyao remained indifferent and cried even more sadly. I know I'm not good, but I really try hard to be my parents' daughter. I work hard to learn my specialties, learn musical instruments, and understand the topics and interests of this circle. We were wrong at the beginning, and it hurt both of us. Now it still hurts to change back. Sister, can't you tolerate me? I will never compete with you for anything in the future. Xiaoxi. What you mean is that I have no special skills and am good for nothing. Enough. Mu Yuan and Mu Chengfeng were the first to react, especially Mu Chengfeng, who had tears in his eyes but a grim face. Sister, let's go to Grandpa's house. There is a vegetable garden in Grandpa's house. The vegetables there are delicious. Come on, brother will take you to pick some. After saying that, he pulled Xiaoxi away without even looking at Mu Xiaoyao. Through the filter of each brother, Mu Yuan discovered that the delicate Mu Xiaoyao was not only delicate, but also weird and full of tea flavor. Yes, big brother will climb the tree to pick peaches for you. Mu Zi pulled Mu Jian and followed behind. Except for Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan, everyone followed him out. 18 years of family bond, this is what they have to face. Are peaches delicious? I think grapes are very juicy and should be especially delicious. Does Grandpa have any at home? Xiaoxi didn't pay attention to what was behind her, but talked to her brothers instead. Yes. Grandpa has planted a few Qingwan grapes for several years. I picked them all for you to eat. Mu Qizhizi smiled. He is indeed a child of the Mu family, generous. Mom and Dad, don't chase me away. I will get along well with my sister. Mu Xiaoyao knelt down. Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan had never seen Xiaoyao in such a state of distress. They were so heartbroken that they could hardly breathe. Their proud daughter, the delicate princess she held in her palm. Xiaoyao, you and I are destined to be mother and daughter, but you don't have to come back to this home anymore. The real estate, shops, clothes and jewelry under your name will all be given to you. Your room will be renovated in another villa. When you recover from your illness, you can live there. The nanny and cook are ready and you will be familiar with them. Don't come here again. Meng Qilan turned her face away and let the tears flow, but she said the cruelest words. Xiaoyao, this is not an ordinary mistaken exchange. Your biological parents saw that our family was well off, so they deliberately exchanged you to enjoy a better life here. If they kept you, what would Xiaoxi do? Mu Chengfeng has no more tears. Xiaoyao, Daddy has loved you for 18 years, you should also let Daddy love your own daughter. Look at her, she is so thin, a head shorter than you, she has suffered so much, do you still want to dig her heart? It's all for Xiaoxi, but what about me? Mu Xiaoyao touched the ground with her forehead and burst into tears. I am also a child. What did I do wrong? After Mu Xiaoyao left, Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan felt a little exhausted. They didn't want to be so heartless, after all, Mu Xiaoyao was still sick, but they didn't want to let their own daughter be sad even a little bit. Mu Chengfeng looked around the house and said, Qilan, redecorate the house. Let the nanny send Mu Xiaoyao's things to her own villa. Don't keep her room, and don't let Xiaoxi live in it. Make it a guest room. Give the room on the 3rd floor to Xiaoxi. Let's move in with my parents soon. Meng Qilan looked around, nodded silently, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoxi seemed to be in her element in the old house. Mu Zi, who said he wanted to climb a tree to pick peaches for Xiaoxi, couldn't even climb up the shortest one. Xiaoxi, on the other hand, was unusually agile. She climbed up in no time, picked a bunch of peaches, and threw them down to hit her own brother. No, I'm too old to even climb a tree. Mu Zi, a 28-year-old elderly man, was panting from exhaustion. Mu Xiaoxi, I'm your brother. How dare you hit me? Get down right here. Are you born in the year of the monkey? Mu Yuan was furious. Mu Jian, wearing a handsome suit, sat directly under the tree, picked up the peaches, wiped them and ate them, looking extremely comfortable. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle and Aunt sat in rocking chairs, watching the children playing with a smile, their hearts melted. It's so lively. It's been a long time since we last saw this. Bu Xiangtong sighed. When I get older, I like to be surrounded by my children and grandchildren and have a lively time. But the children are all grown up. Xiaoxi was also happy in her heart. She originally wanted to be polite, but as soon as she did so, the people in her family looked at her with hurt expressions. She is the child of the family, and it is her right to ask for things, which makes the old man happier and feels that he is still useful and can be relied on by the child. Grandpa, let's have mutton tonight, the kind that's stewed until it's soft and tender. I'm hungry. Xiaoxi shouted while tiptoeing on the tree. Hey, Grandpa, I'll ask the cook to do it right away. The old man responded, smiling happily. Mo Xiaoxi, stand still. Hold onto that tree tight. Mu Yuan was so scared that he opened his arms, afraid that she would fall. Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan, who had just arrived at the old house, saw this scene. Xiaoxi was behind the green leaves, the setting sun shining on her face, making her facial features a little hazy, and her profile was extremely beautiful, and looked very much like the outline of a member of the Mu family. Mu Chengfeng couldn't help but take a photo. The girl on the tree was smiling, and there were 3 boys under the tree, one with his arms outstretched in worry, one with his hands on his mouth, as if shouting something, and the last one leaning against the tree and eating peaches comfortably. In the distance, you can vaguely see an elderly couple and a couple sitting in rocking chairs and rocking. Mu Chengfeng's eyes were a little hot. He held his wife's hand tightly, and they smiled at each other. Afterwards, Mu Chengfeng's personal Weibo was updated with a photo and a sentence. You are our lost treasure, welcome home, our baby. Chapter 19. The fake daughter is still a child, what can she do wrong? Everyone in the circle had heard about the Mu family's mistaken child. Mu Chengfeng's Weibo post just brought the matter to the surface. Especially after everyone in the Mu family, including Mu Yuan, reposted the Weibo post using their big accounts, it caused a lot of heat. Xiaoxi registered on Weibo, forwarded it, and then saw another Weibo push, 18 years of prosperity and exclusive love, but an old dream. The past is like smoke, the song ends and the people disperse. The sender is the unreachable love. Xiaoxi knows that it is Mu Yaoyao. Mu Yaoyao has many supporters under her Weibo, all shouting, she was just a child at the time, what could she have done wrong? If you take away all your love when you know that she is not your biological daughter, then what is the point of raising her for 18 years? More people are calling for the 2 families to treat each other as relatives and visit each other more often, as the children are already 18 years old and are gradually growing up and leaving their parents. The Mu family did not respond to this. Xiaoxi snorted coldly and just reported to Zhu Ting and teacher Zhu that she was safe. She couldn't care about these things now. For Xiaoxi, the most important thing was to restore her health. In this month before school starts, everything else can be left behind. I discussed prescriptions with Mr. Shui every day, either by soaking or drinking, and I recovered quickly. Mu Xiaoxi grew taller, whiter, and fatter visibly, and the scars on her body gradually became lighter and lighter. The old man Shui who was accompanying him also became his grandson Zhang Lijin. Zhang Lijin was a playmate that Xiaoxi got by chance. She was recuperating and exercising in the old house, but many skills could not be practiced directly. So running and climbing trees became Xiaoxi's daily way of exercising. On this day, Xiaoxi was looking into the distance from the tree, but she saw some rustling noise coming from the neighboring villa. So, she couldn't help but let the peach in her hand fly out, hitting Zhang Lijin on the shoulder. Oh my, murder! Zhang Lijin looked at the peach that fell behind him, then looked at Xiaoxi who was staring at him with a stern face on the tree, and his mind moved. Are you Miss Xiaoxi from the Mu family? The sound is clear, clean and pleasant. Only then did Xiaoxi see Zhang Lijin's appearance clearly. Even she, seeing Zhang Lijin, couldn't help but sigh at the creator's preference for him. Broad shoulders, thin waist and long legs, his figure was impeccably good, and the most important thing was his face, which was impeccably handsome, especially his pair of peach blossom eyes, which made him even more charming at a casual glance. Are you the paparazzi that my brother said you must chase away when you see him? Is that why you threw a peach at me? Zhang Lijin was a little confused. He was young, but extremely talented and had great accomplishments in Chinese medicine. He was supposed to take over from his grandfather to visit the girl, and his villa happened to be next to the Mu family's old house. Was this a misunderstanding? Since there was a misunderstanding, Zhang Lijin took his 2 long legs and jumped onto the wall in one step. Little girl, it is wrong for you to hit people. Since you hurt me, you have to take responsibility. In fact, Xiaoxi herself has good medical skills. In her original world, if she practiced and fought, her chances of survival would be much greater if she knew some medical skills. But Xiaoxi discovered that in today's world, if you easily take out something that you don't know how to do or can't touch, you will be investigated and suspected. So Xiaoxi started to study under Master Shui in the name of becoming his apprentice in order to conceal her tracks. Xiaoxi saw Zhang Lijin climbing up the pole, and came down aggressively. Just when he wanted to fight face to face with this paparazzi who was taking pictures of people's privacy, his cell phone rang. Xiaoxi, my grandson is coming to take your pulse today. If he bullies you, please call me. This was the WeChat message sent by Mr. Shui. Xiaoxi clicked on the photo and saw a handsome boy with a bright smile. Who else could it be but the boy sitting on the wall? What I did was, I directly smashed the doctor who was going to take care of me next, smashed him. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi hid the peach in her hand behind her back. My hand slipped. Zhang Lijin, your hand is so skillful, it just slipped over the wall and landed on my shoulder. In short, apart from minor misunderstandings, the meeting between the two parties was relatively friendly and harmonious. Zhang Lijin is like an encyclopedia. There is almost no knowledge that she doesn't know. Moreover, he is a graduate student recommended by B University and has the same hobbies as hers. They are simply one of the top 10 playmates. So, in addition to Zhu Ting who is currently in another place, Xiaoxi now has another playmate. I'll protect you when school starts. Xiaoxi patted Zhang Lijin's shoulder and said righteously. This kind of weak scholar, according to what she watched in TV dramas and what Zhu Ting said, is the type that will be chased by the second generation of girls. You are protecting me. Zhang Lijin pointed at his nose. Do you have any misunderstanding about me? But it seems that being protected by this little girl is not bad. Zhang Lijin touched his nose and said, then, can I trouble you, lady? Of course. You're welcome, no need to thank me too much. Xiaoxi waved her hand and really thought of herself as a heroine who saved the handsome young man. The two looked at each other, and then each of them bent over with laughter at this acting talent. When school officially started, Zhong Lijin and Mu Yuan sent Xiaoxi to report. After all, a wealthy family's wrong baby swap incident had just happened, and the media had a keen sense of smell. Even if Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan wanted to go again, they didn't want the media to disturb their daughter's learning environment. Soon after school started, Xiaoxi found Du Huan and Mo Xiaohui standing guard at the school gate. She asked everyone she met, "Excuse me, do you know my daughter Mo Xiaoxi?" She was admitted to university, but she never contacted her family. But now, after more than a month of transformation, Xiaoxi couldn't be recognized even if she passed by them. Half a month ago, the hospital contacted Mu Chengfeng and found a matching bone marrow. Mu Yaoyao, who had undergone surgery, recovered well, but no one from the Mu family showed up. The media reporters who were waiting there only captured a silhouette of Mu Yaoyao standing alone. Many people went to visit her, but the only ones not included were members of the Mu family. So Mu Yaoyao became a model for a time, the counterattack of a wealthy family's adopted daughter and so on. In conjunction with her daily sad words, a large number of people left messages on Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan's Weibo, asking them to go see the daughter they had loved for 18 years. Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan did not reply, but the hot-tempered brother Mu Yuan, who was still undercover in his own company and had just transferred to another department as an intern, directly logged into his own Weibo account and posted an assessment of Xiaoxi's injuries when she just returned home, and a photo of her petite back at that time. You guys love to fight for justice, can you please have some pity on my sister first? In peacetime, she almost starved to death. Do you know what that means? The real daughter is very pitiful, but hasn't this been a sudden turn of events? She will have a good life in the future. But the fake daughter is now all alone. The fake daughter did nothing wrong. The netizens were silent for a moment, and even found Xiaoxi's original Weibo, asking her to take care of the fake daughter, carry forward her style, and be a good sister to Mu Yaoyao. They still wanted to find Xiaoxi, but the Mu family had already instructed the legal team that if anyone dared to write anything wrong about Xiaoxi, they would definitely sue him. Xiaoxi, who was madly absorbing the knowledge of this world, just smiled when she knew about it and didn't take it to heart at all. Zhang Lijin saw Xiaoxi, adjusted his gold-rimmed plain glasses, and made a comparison chart. Tattered clothes corresponded to exquisite costumes, scars corresponded to the princess in the palm of the hand, and a steamed bun with boiled water for a meal corresponded to various exquisite meals. The opportunity to go to school and have various private tutors was exchanged for the teacher's many home visits and scholarships, endless housework, endless money, and a priority life, flower arrangement, travel, and learning talents. Their materials are already made, just random screenshots from Mo Xiaoxi's Weibo. As for Xiaoxi's, the pictures have been blurred, but she started washing dishes to earn money at the age of 8, and her life is completely different from Mo Xiaoxi's. There is also a statistic below, which shows all the money the Mo family has spent on Mo Xiaoxi. Even after they found out that Mo Xiaoxi was not their biological daughter, they did not stop giving to her. The surgery was also arranged with the help of the Mo family. The Mo family treated their adopted daughter very kindly, but Xiaoxi was squeezed dry to support the Mo family. But uninformed netizens are scolding Mo's parents for being cold-blooded. Mo Xiaoxi, have you ever said a word for your parents? Until now, the Mo family has not yet investigated. Whose face are they saving? At this time, why don't we all go back to our own homes and look for our own mothers? Xiaoxi is in the Mo family because the Mo family is Xiaoxi's home, but Mo Yang and Du Huan are still alive. If they don't ask them to take care of Mo Xiaoxi, these netizens will just have nothing to do. Only the counselors and class leaders in college knew something about Xiaoxi's situation, but they were very tight-lipped. Apart from being concerned about Xiaoxi's situation, they never asked more questions. As soon as Zhang Lejin's Weibo post was published, it was forwarded by the entire Mo family, and even the official accounts of Mo Enterprise and Mo Real Estate forwarded it. Employees lined up to support Xiaoxi, expressing their stance in a tactful but firm manner. Zhang Lejin is a really good guy. Although he is younger than Xie Yuan, he is more stable than Xie Yuan. Mu Chengfeng looked at the direction of the internet and sighed with Meng Qilan. Meng Qilan felt a little bitter. Her daughter just came back and she encountered a wolf cub? Looking at the tangled Meng Qilan, Mu Chengfeng smiled. Don't think too much, Xiaoxi is still young, and Zhang Lejin happens to be a graduate student in their school. Just think of it as someone nearby to take care of Xiaoxi. We'll talk about the future later. The public opinion online gradually changed. The first person to approach Xiaoxi was not Du Huan and her son who had been waiting for the opportunity, but Mo Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi opened her eyes, her features were delicate, and she was very similar to Meng Qilan. On the contrary, she did not have the delicate artistic aura of Meng Qilan, and she looked tall and strong. The weeds of the past have grown into towering pines and cypresses. Mo Xiaoxi felt a little ashamed of herself when she saw Xiaoxi like this. But she thought to herself, she is just a straw bag with only good looks, while she is a daughter of real wealth. Xiaoxi, I know it's a bit presumptuous to call you here like this. In a private room of a luxurious hotel, Mo Xiaoxi looked at Xiaoxi and pretended to be polite. If you knew it was rude, you shouldn't have come. Tell me what's the matter. I'm busy. Xiaoxi smiled, as if she saw through all of Mo Xiaoxi's plans. Mo Xiaoxi cried and looked at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, I didn't mean to do what happened online. I feel guilty about you, so I didn't dare to contact mom and dad. It's not that I won't speak for mom and dad. In fact, Mo Xiaoxi could no longer contact them. When she called them, the assistant would always answer the phone. They still care about me, but they won't show up in person. The reason is this girl in front of them who is only good looking. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I'll return mom and dad to you to repay their kindness in raising me. Please kill me. I shouldn't exist. I was wrong. I'm sorry. As he said that, he stuffed a dagger into Xiaoxi's hand, then grabbed Xiaoxi's hand and stabbed it into his stomach. Mo Xiaoxi, you dare to kill someone. What did Xiaoxi do wrong? If you have any problem, come to me. At this time, the door of the private room was kicked open, and Mo Yang broke in with several reporters. Oh wow, Xiaoxi looked at the person in front of her, raised her eyebrows and smiled. Chapter 20. No matter what happens, I am the only daughter. Mr. Mo, you came at the right time. Xiaoxi patted Mo Xiaoxi who had fallen to the ground and said with a smile. The reporters were shocked. Is this the real daughter that the Mo family found? She doesn't look so thin and pitiful. Mo Yang glanced at Xiaoxi, secretly sighing at the strength of her genes, but he spoke righteously. Xiaoxi, daddy is incompetent and made you suffer, but if you have anything, come to daddy, Xiaoxi is innocent. Some reporters quickly took photos and began to write news without stopping. Xiaoxi ignored Mo Yang and looked at the reporters instead. A friendly reminder, the content you write must be true, otherwise Mo will sue you into bankruptcy. Ms. Mo, do you think the law is just a decoration? Call an ambulance quickly. Some reporters screamed. They were all called here by Mo Yang's revelations. The love, hate and hatred of the wealthy families are really a favorite after dinner reading for many people. I thought it was going to be a big news, and when it came, it turned out to be quite big, but it was so big that I dared not write about it. Many colleagues had previously made groundless accusations and even went to interview the real daughter where she lived and posted a frontal photo of the real daughter, but it disappeared within an hour. Because the real daughter was still a few months away from her 18th birthday, the company lost a large sum of money. Ms. Mu, may I ask if you hurt Mo Xiaoxi because you hate her for taking your place for 18 years? Ms. Mu, may I ask if you returned to your biological parents without hesitation because you despised your adoptive parents' poverty? Ms. Mu, are you acting so recklessly because you are still a minor, or are you acting so lawless because you are relying on the Mu family? The reporter's words were sharper than each other and all of them were eye-catching. Mr. Mo came at such a coincidence. He shouldn't have brought this group of reporters who only know how to stir up trouble. Instead, he should have brought the police. Xiaoxi ignored these people who were determined to shock people. Xiaoxi, Dad knows you resent Dad, but Dad has raised you for 18 years after all. Even if there is no credit, there must be hard work. People who don't have children don't understand the effort and experience it takes for a child to grow up. Dad cares about you and doesn't want to ruin you. You are still young and have a long future. Xiaoxi, be obedient, let's take Yao Yao to the hospital. Yao Yao hasn't spoken for a long time, and we don't know what's going on. Mo Yan said this with tears in his eyes, looking like a good father. If he really cared, shouldn't he just come in and take Mo Xiaoxi to the hospital? It's just that one life is more important. Mo Yan doesn't love anyone, not his so-called adopted daughter, nor Mo Xiaoxi, his so-called biological daughter. Not as good as those reporters who didn't speak but looked anxious. Xiaoxi saw that some of them had secretly called the police, instead of just questioning her aggressively like the others. Her eyes sparkled and her face was full of excitement. That's what it's like to get a big exclusive news. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoxi's mobile phone on the table lit up, and it was a news push. A wealthy family's adopted daughter was stabbed to death, suspected to be an identity dispute. There was actually someone who directly revealed the news of Mo Xiaoxi's death even after I reminded her. Xiaoxi. Mo Yan seemed to have seen the news push and thought that the matter had been settled. Yao Yao is dead, and you are the only daughter of the Mo family. Are you satisfied now? As he said that, he was about to rush in, but his direction was towards Mo Xiaoxi, his target was the dagger. Dad has gone with him, what's the point of living? Xiaoxi didn't give him face and kicked Mo Yan out directly. Don't worry, the police haven't arrived yet, don't destroy the scene or the murder weapon. Looking at the arrogant Mo Xiaoxi, the reporters were shocked, too arrogant. At this time, Xiaoxi's cell phone kept ringing, and her family began to call to ask where she was. Xiaoxi looked and answered Mu Chengfeng's call, Dad, I'm at Jilin Mansion. Mu Chengfeng was sweating coldly as he and his driver were driving on the road. Mu Yuan also got the news and skipped work to rush over. They arrived almost at the same time as the police, went straight into the room and stood in front of Xiaoxi. Mu Chengfeng looked at Mo Xiaoxi thoroughly, bent down to check, and then was stunned. He looked at Xiaoxi in confusion, but only saw the child blinking at him. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was so scared, no matter who hurt whom, it was a pain he could not bear. Xiaoxi didn't care about Mu Chengfeng's relaxation. They stood in front of him at the first moment, even after learning the news of Mo Xiaoxi's death. Kindness is worn away bit by bit, so you don't have to be the bad guy. Comrade police, this is too cruel. We have video footage of the whole process. They must be severely punished. Seeing the police arriving, one of the reporters who had asked questions earlier shouted quickly. His camera was literally always on. After checking, the police found that Mo Xiaoxi had just fainted, and the dagger was held tightly in her hand. This is nonsense. Mu Yuan shouted. Didn't you say someone was killed? Didn't you say that the person died? What is media credibility? Comrade police, please check the fingerprints on this dagger. Xiaoxi said. Okay. In fact, even if they didn't say it, they would have done it. They originally thought that it was a big case involving a dispute among wealthy families. The people who came with them were still very complete. The identification department found out on the spot that the dagger had Mo Xiaoxi's fingerprints and Mo Yan's fingerprints. The only thing missing was the fingerprints of the real daughter hinted at in the news. My cell phone was recording the whole process. I wonder if you are interested in taking a look. A young man walked out of another private room. He was tough and upright. It was Zhang Li Jin. In order to make it easier for Mo Yang to observe the situation in the private room, the door was not closed when Mu Yaoyao entered. The video was recorded when Xiaoxi followed Mu Yaoyao into the private room. So everyone watched Mu Yaoyao and Xiaoxi crying, and watched her take out a dagger and stuff it into Xiaoxi's hand, stabbing it into her stomach while doing so. At this time, the dagger was not even stuffed into Xiaoxi's hand. In the video, Xiaoxi raised her hand and chopped Mu Yaoyao on the back of the neck, causing her to faint on the ground. Uncle Police, is this considered self-defense? Xiaoxi saw that everyone was looking at her with strange eyes because of this, so she touched her nose and asked in a low voice. Everyone. Then, Mo Yang broke into the room. The angle of the video moved, and it seemed that the person filming had hidden in the private room next door. The person facing the camera was Mo Yang and the group of reporters. They were excited, waiting for a life to disappear, catching big news, and questioning Xiaoxi as if they were afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Now let me answer your 3 questions. Mu Yaoyao looked at the 3 pale-faced reporters in the front row and said with a smile, First, we are both innocent of what happened 18 years ago, but she has original sin to begin with. I won't target her. It's not that she has no fault, after all, she is the biggest beneficiary. It's just that if I target her, the only ones who will be sad are my parents and brother. Mu Muchengfeng and Mu Yuan felt sad. The child was so sensible, but she should be like a princess, who could be willful and naughty. Secondly, whether I despise them or not, the Mu family are my real family, and it is only natural for me to return to my original position. I don't despise the Mo family for being poor, but I despise them for being bad. Third, no matter whether you are an adult or not, or whether you have money or not, everyone is equal before the law. Seeing the admiring eyes of the police, Xiaoxi smiled and said, Okay, I have finished answering. You 3 can wait for the court summons. Then he looked at Mo Yang, who was looking indignant and wanted to say something. Mr. Mo, whether Mu Yaoyao is alive or not, I am the only daughter of the Mu family. Chapter 21 Vest Exposed. Mo Yang wanted to refute, but he was suspected of fraud and his actions were directly controlled. Xiaoxi pressed Mu Yaoyao a few times, and she coughed violently a few times. When she woke up slowly, she heard, If you really feel that you owe my parents, then don't make it difficult for them. If you really don't want to live, if you want to die, just don't accept the surgery arranged by my parents half a month ago and don't have the bone marrow transplant. Then he muttered, That's not only a lot of money, but also the health and kindness of the volunteers. It's so tragically wasted. It had just been half a month since the operation and her body was still weak, but he was so impatient to frame her. Even if the tip of the knife scratched an inch of her skin, it would be a big deal. Mu Yaoyao's face turned pale. She really didn't think much about it. She looked at Mu Chengfeng and Mu Yuan, but the 2 of them didn't even glance at her. She closed her eyes and was taken back directly to take a statement. From beginning to end, Mu Chengfeng and Mu Yuan never spoke a word to her. The reporters at the scene did not leave, especially the 3 men, who pleaded with Mu Chengfeng. After all, he is a philanthropic entrepreneur, so he must be easier to talk to than a little girl, right? However, they did not expect that since they were able to make the company so big, they could have kindness but it could not be excessive, and they had to use means. Mu Chengfeng waved his hands tiredly. You guys go, the video is clear, and I won't let it go until my daughter tells me. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry. You've always been kind, please forgive us this time. The reporters were a little scared. They had seen many lawyers' letters, but this one was obviously a direct lawsuit. Knowing how much the Mu family protected their daughter, they finally felt a little regretful. If sorry is useful, why do we need a judge? Mu Yuan angrily said, Hurry up and leave, or I'll sue you for harassment. He didn't even apologize to his sister, how stupid. At this time, another news push came from the mobile phone. The real and fake fight between the rich and powerful was just a misunderstanding. At this time, the news of Mu Yaoyao's death was clarified. Both pieces of news were explosive enough and directly became a hot topic. The onlookers were confused. Both pieces of news occupied the hot searches and their positions kept alternating. Which one was true? However, the melon from the rich family is really sweet. What is news? It requires professional journalists to verify and report news in detail. Readers will doubt the authenticity of the news. You are all the culprits and a disgrace to the news industry. People are excitedly waiting for death before they die. Their excited faces, just trying to grab the headlines and big news, are disgusting. Xiaoxi spoke righteously to the three reporters, emphasizing her tone. But you have no respect for life, and you are not careful with news. You have damaged the authority of the news. You don't even understand where you went wrong, but you still want to be forgiven. Can a simple, "I'm sorry," be worth the weight of life? It would be fine if they asked explosive questions just to attract attention, but what is scary is that as media workers, they are indifferent to life. Then, Xiaoxi looked at the reporter who shouted and called an ambulance and the reporter who called the police. You still have a conscience and you still act like a reporter. The two reporters nodded mechanically, and actually felt that it was a special honor to be praised by such a young girl. After everyone else left, Mu Yuan quickly stepped forward, raised his fist and punched Zhang Lijin. I was wondering why my cute and well-behaved sister is so bold, and she's even playing the trick of luring the enemy in deep. Did you teach her that? Zhang Lijin dodged nimbly, looking speechless. What misunderstanding do you have about Xiaoxi? He looked at Xiaoxi. Can I really hit your brother? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows. Why don't you try it? Zhang Lijin got scared and turned from capturing to arresting, grabbing Mu Yuan by the collar and taking a few steps back. Brother, let's talk it out. But Mu Yuan became even angrier. Who are you calling brother? However, there was a huge gap in their fighting power, and he couldn't hit anyone after struggling for a long time. Mu Xiaoxi, are you stupid? He finally gave up and said, you knew she had bad intentions, so why did you follow her here? A gentleman should not stand under the threat of danger, do you understand? Brother, I'm not a gentleman, I'm a girl, and a minor at that. Xiaoxi touched her nose, feeling a little guilty. Isn't this just to see what Mu Yaoyao is up to? The original owner's hatred was mostly directed towards Mo Yang and Du Huan, and she didn't really have much resentment towards this fake daughter. She just had to see what this fake daughter was going to do, and by the way, speculate whether this fake daughter had been involved in oppressing her in her previous life. After all, with Xiaoxi's understanding of Mo Yang and Du Huan, there was no way they wouldn't go looking for such a treasure chest. What's more, just after one semester of college, the Mo family moved to City B, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. At that time, Xiaoxi couldn't afford to buy a house here even if she was eaten and blood was drunk. So where did the money for the house come from? The original owner thought they still had savings, but it's not that Xiaoxi looked down on them, they were really just living day by day and waiting to be fed up with money. How could they have any savings? Mu Chengfeng's melancholy slowly dissipated amidst the banter of his children. Meng Qilan was preparing for her own piano performance. She only found out what had happened when Mu Chengfeng returned home. She was so angry that her face turned pale. You said Yao Yao wanted to frame our Xiaoxi. Mu Chengfeng nodded. Xiaoxi has not officially appeared in front of everyone yet. What should we do if we are accused of hurting others with hatred? Parents give their children unconditionally. We have done our best for Yao Yao and we have no regrets. Even though he knew that the child was not his biological daughter, apart from not often showing up to spend time with her, Gu's nanny and cook did not lack for her. He also actively contacted a bone marrow match and arranged the surgery. Is Xiaoxi okay? She went to the old house. Do mom and dad know about it? Meng Qilan felt a little sad. This was how her true love went to waste. I don't know. Xiaoxi didn't say anything. The child is afraid that we will be embarrassed. Mu Chengfeng replied. Now Mu Yuan also lives in the old house, and the decoration of the house is coming to an end. Xiaoxi is so sensible. Meng Qilan felt sad. She was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. The sensible Xiaoxi didn't care about those things, because she found that treating Zhang Lijin as a labor was a waste of his talent. She started to discuss projects such as TCM whitening and TCM qi replenishing with Zhang Lijin. Xiaoxi wanted to start a company, and the prescription was the foundation. So the two of them started studying these in their spare time. Xiaoxi had never thought of letting Mo Yang and Du Huan go, but now the evidence has been secretly collected and the net is about to be closed. I heard from teacher Zhu that Mo Yang and his wife also took the hospital to court in the name of victims. The verdict is expected to be announced in the next 2 days, and they are expected to get a large sum of compensation. Xiaoxi smiled and said, take it. They have the ability to take it, but they may not have the ability to spend it. At the same time, the video of the real and fake daughter also fermented on the internet and caused a lot of discussion. In the video, a small flower was mosaiced on Xiaoxi's face, and Xiaoxi looked particularly funny with the small flower mosaic on her face. But Mo Xiaoxi is a person who often posts selfies to show her life, without any mosaics. As a result, this video became more and more popular, which led to three things. First, Mo Xiaoxi took advantage of this popularity and debuted as a singer. Second, Mu Yuan became famous. Third, Zhongli Jin became popular because of his good looks. Mu Yuan didn't realize this at first, but after this incident, he returned to his life as a corporate slave. It wasn't until he discovered that everyone was always whispering about something behind his back, and his boss, who once took the fruits of his labor, came to him trembling with apology, that he realized his vest had been exposed. Chapter 22: Losing Children in Groups. The heir to the Mu family's business must be familiar with all aspects of the company, so he will intern in the company anonymously. Mu Ziyi, Mu Jian, Mu Chengfeng, and Mu Chengyun all went through this process. As a result, when I came to Mu Yuan, I was exposed before I had even started my internship for a year. Xiaoxi didn't care about such a small problem as her brother's exposure. After all, it was a matter of time. Zhang Lejin, on the other hand, was originally a celebrity on campus, but after he became famous, he was surrounded by troubles from all sides, and some people even contacted him asking if he wanted to become a star. These are nothing. Xiaoxi said to Zhang Lejin very seriously, "From now on in school, you're not allowed to look for me in the classroom or downstairs of the dormitory." Well, in order not to reveal their identities, the two of them went completely underground. However, they haven't made any progress yet, so he can only meet her at home. How come it looks like a beautiful woman in a golden house? Are you the legendary person who can make a living by relying on your looks? That's amazing. Xiaoxi joked as she looked at Zhang Lejin, who was waiting at home. Zhang Lejin, who can rely on his strength but relies on his looks, should I be proud? It is already the end of September, and the Mu family has decided to hold Xiaoxi's birthday party on October 18th, and will invite all relatives and friends. This time, Zhongli Jin and Xiaoxi will measure their sizes and customize their dresses, and the opening dance will definitely be performed by the two of them. At the same time, the judgment of H province has come down, and the hospital readily admitted its negligence and compensated the Mo family 1 million. This money is not much for the Mu family, but for the Mo family, it can be regarded as a huge sum of money. Xiaoxi saw the message sent by teacher Zhu and sneered, thinking it was time to close the net. Meanwhile, Mu Yaoyao in the hospital was listening to Du Huan and Mo Xiaohui muttering in front of the bed, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had those 18 years of good life. Now your father has taken the blame for you and is still in prison. You must not be ungrateful." Mu Yaoyao didn't want to hear anything more from this so-called biological mother. They didn't come when Mu Xiaoxi just returned to the Mu family. But after the media announced that she had undergone a bone marrow transplant and the operation, they showed up in the hospital. What did this mean? Mu Yaoyao was not stupid. But she has no relatives here, and Du Huan made it clear that she didn't recognize her and went to the media to talk nonsense. Now that she has decided to enter the entertainment industry, she can't have any black spots. "I did nothing wrong, even if my existence was an original sin, but I knew how to be grateful. I was still a minor, and I had such a pair of biological parents. Everything I did could be forgiven, right? Mom, I know. It's tiring to stay here. You should go back and rest." Mu Yaoyao was a little impatient. Now she knew it was tiring to stay here like this, but why didn't she know it when she asked Meng Qilan and Mu Yuan to come and watch over her? "Okay, our family situation is getting better and better now, and we really can't let you affect the operation of the family. I will also take 2 nannies back with me. You have 4 nannies, and there is nothing to do in the hospital, so 2 will be enough." Du Huan had not planned to stay here to accompany him. Mu Yaoyao wanted to refuse, but Du Huan immediately raised her voice, "Who am I doing this for? Your father is still in jail for you, and your brother and sister have never enjoyed happiness. Also, I heard that you have your own house, give me the key, you don't want your brother and I to sleep on the street, right?" Seeing the surprised look of the passing doctor, Mu Yaoyao felt embarrassed. Although it was difficult, she still gave the key of the house to Du Huan. However, Mu Yaoyao was careful and did not leave out any of the locations and keys of the villa and shop. At this time, Xiaoxi made a phone call and said, "Let's get started. It's time to close the net." At the police station in Province H, a man and 2 women, along with a young child, went to report the case, police comrade, we want to report a case. 5 years ago, Mo Can, a nurse at Hua Wine Hospital, claimed that the child was dead and wanted to take the child away. This is trafficking. Human trafficker? This is a big deal, a serious case. Nowadays, every family has only one child, a treasure in the palm of their hand, right? It happened 5 years ago, why are you reporting it now? Asked the old policeman. I reported the case at the time, but the investigation showed that it was caused by another nurse's mistake under high-intensity work. I also had to pay compensation. At the time, I thought that the nurse had worked non-stop for 36 hours and the child was fine, so I endured it. Now I learned that someone was suing the hospital and knew the cause and effect. I realized that this might not be an isolated case, so I hurried here. The woman who answered claimed to be the little boy's aunt. 5 years ago, my sister-in-law gave birth in the hospital. My brother was with her, and I was cooking at home. The woman seemed to be reminiscing, and her speech was not fast. As a result, my sister-in-law had a difficult labor, and the nurse told my brother that my sister-in-law gave birth to a dead baby girl. My brother was the only one who was there at the time, and he was taking care of my sister-in-law, and he didn't pay any attention to the so-called dead girl at all. The woman paused and continued, when I rushed over, I thought that even if the child had no chance to live with our family, we couldn't leave him alone in the hospital. But when I asked, the nurse said that the child's body had already been dealt with. That nurse was Mo Can, not the one who was overworked at the beginning. I didn't believe it and looked everywhere for it, but I couldn't find it. Later, I heard a faint baby crying in an abandoned toilet on the 5th floor. I opened the door and found a large garbage bag with medical waste written on it. Inside was a newborn baby, a boy. Everyone was surprised. Didn't they say that a dead baby was born, a girl? Yes, the woman smiled bitterly. I thought at the time that it might be someone else's child who just wasn't breathing at the time. But everyone's child is precious, and even if he died, he couldn't be placed in a medical waste bag. I took the child out and sent him to the emergency room. The child was healthy, just a little hungry. At this time, Mokan followed and said that the nurse with her was too tired and might be a little dizzy. If she hadn't said it, I might never have thought that it was my nephew. The woman smiled and patted the head of the little boy who followed her. We did a paternity test and the boy is indeed my brother and sister-in-law's child. So, if the child is alive, why do they say he is dead? If it is clearly a boy, why do they tell the family that it is a girl? Everyone was in awe. This was a big event, so they quickly made arrangements to arrest Mokan. Because of the last suspected incident, Mokan has been banned from leaving the country. She originally planned to go to other provinces to hide, but various problems arose. The Mo family's incident was a big deal, but the Mu family did not pursue it. She originally thought that the matter was over. Mokan was very calm when he arrived at the police station. The original matter has been resolved. I was just kind-hearted and defended my colleague. At this time, a police officer hurriedly walked in and said, "Master, something happened." Someone came to report the case again, saying that they suspected Mokan had stolen their child. Chapter 23. The bad guys still pretend to be pitiful. Besides, everyone was surprised. Besides, the couple who came seemed to be in a difficult situation. They claimed that when their child was just born, Mokan told them that it was a stillbirth. But now they saw a little girl who looked very similar to his wife when she was young. After a test, it was confirmed that there was indeed a parent-child relationship. Besides, the little girl has always known that she is not her biological child. In fact, the couple was somewhat patriarchal. When they found out their daughter had died, they were only sad for a while and then immediately had a second child. Now their son is in elementary school. Originally, I didn't plan to acknowledge the child, but didn't I hear that the Mo family sued the hospital, won the lawsuit, and got a large sum of money. With this money, even if I split it equally with my daughter's adoptive parents, it would be enough for the two children to live a more comfortable life. Mokan, who was imprisoned, hated Mo Yang and Du Huan to the core. He hated them for being complacent just because they had a little money, which led to the hospital losing money and becoming known to everyone. He hated them even more for being cruel, which caused Xiaoxi to find out that she was not her biological child. If I can't get better, you can't escape, Mokan thought. Mokan's matter immediately attracted attention. Xiaoxi returned to H province accompanied by her family and met Mokan. Mu Yuan looked at Zhang Lejin, who was still accompanying him at this time, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. You followed me in this situation, what does it have to do with you? Zhang Lejin touched his nose. I studied criminal psychology. After all this time, it turns out that medical skills are just a family tradition, and this is not their major. Well, this is the hidden killer brought by the Mu family. In this case, look for mistakes in Mo Can's language to see if she is lying. It's also in someone else's territory, and there is such a person following. It's really reassuring. Ms. Mo, I'm Mo Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi smiled when she saw Mo Can. Mo Can took a look at her. If she didn't speak, it would be hard to imagine that he had seen this child 2 months ago. As expected, money is a person's courage and can change one's destiny. There was some mockery in his tone. Yes, so doesn't Ms. Mo do anything to make money? Zhang Lejin asked back. Mo Can's actions must be for money, otherwise, what else? Revenge on society. Mo Can's eyes narrowed. There may have been misunderstandings in the other 2 cases. I admit that I said a few more words for my colleagues. As for Xiaoxi, I still remember when you were born. Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan sat up straight instantly. Mo Can smiled and said, when I went to check on the ward, I saw your mother. No, I saw Du Huan walking out of Meng Qilan's room from a distance, holding a child in her arms. I just thought she was just strolling around. At that time, your mother, Ms. Meng Qilan, woke up. I said I was checking on the ward. Ms. Meng, am I lying? Meng Qilan nodded slowly. Ever since she found out that her daughter was not her biological daughter, she had been recalling every day, recalling every little detail of possible problems. She had already thought about these things in her mind countless times. As for Mo Can, he would rather die than let his friend die, so he sold Du Huan out directly. Xiaoxi and Zhang Lejin looked at each other, and the other nodded slowly. So Xiaoxi smiled and continued, Du Huan's twins were born in the morning, and I was born in the evening, and we were not in the same ward. I was wearing clothes prepared by my parents, and Du Huan was taken away by ambulance, so I guess these were not prepared. Xiaoxi looked at Mo Can with a half smile. As the nurse in charge of my mother, didn't you notice these problems with the clothes and bracelet? My mother was already awake when you went over there, so could Du Huan have changed her in the ward before leaving? How did she do that when she just had a cesarean section? Mo Can cleared himself of all charges, but as for what happened back then, even if Du Huan had done it in a fit of rage, Mo Can would definitely be the one to clean up the mess. Clothes and bracelets, this is not something a new mother can do skillfully and then leave. Du Huan said that she took a fancy to the clothes of Ms. Meng's children. Mo Can was a little flustered. Zhang Lejin chuckled, don't lie, I can see it. Xiaoxi nodded, you know where this place is. One lie needs 1,000 lies to cover it up. It doesn't exist that it can be made up perfectly. Besides, you should have known that the babies were switched. Du Huan gave birth to twins by cesarean section, while my mother gave birth naturally. The weight and height of the babies should be very different. Didn't you notice this? Mo Can's eyes moved quickly. The next morning, Du Huan left with her 2 children. I paid for the discharge fee. I did notice the weight problem of Meng Qilan's child, but the child had been washed and vomited a lot of amniotic fluid swallowed during delivery. I thought it was normal for their weight to change, so I didn't pay attention to it. This is an admission of dereliction of duty, but not an admission of involvement. You didn't pay attention to your weight or your height. Xiaoxi took out a pile of materials, which were Meng Qilan's discharge certificate and various receipts. The ones from the hospital disappeared, but Meng Qilan still had some of them. On the discharge certificate, the newborn's length and weight were smudged, but it was not obvious because these things were still handwritten at that time. I guess Meng Qilan and Mu Chengfeng didn't think much about it. They were in a foreign place and were anxious to go home, so they didn't notice it at all. There is also this medical list. Ms. Mo hopes you can explain why my mother, a new mother, was registered for Valium the night after giving birth. Xiaoxi raised her voice, causing Mo Can to shudder. Mo Can smiled bitterly, knowing that he might not be able to negotiate the relationship. Little girl is really amazing, no wonder Mo Yang Du Huan has been oppressing you, you can fly into the sky with just a little wind. Xiaoxi ignored Mo Can's sarcasm and shrugged, taking it as a compliment. When I went over, Du Huan had already changed the baby. I opened the baby's blanket and found that the clothes, bracelets, etc. were all wrong. At that time, your mother had already woken up. I had to say that I was making rounds and added Valium to the for tube while adjusting it. The use of medicine should be recorded on the mother. They could handle the information in the hospital, but when it came to the prescription, she really didn't expect that she would be on it. Meng Qilan's face was pale, so the reason why she was so sleepy and drowsy was not because of postpartum weakness, but was artificial. I was afraid of being discovered, so I had to make the best of a bad situation and changed her clothes and bracelets. Du Huan was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so she left alone with the twins before dawn. I admit it, I'm sorry, I plead guilty. Xiaoxi looked at Du Huan and thought for a while. I pleaded guilty, but it felt weird. It was all Du Huan's fault. She was just cleaning up the mess because she felt guilty. The child was swapped with Du Huan, and it was Du Huan who did the bad thing. Afterwards, because Du Huan ran away from the hospital secretly, it was Mo Xiaoxi who paid for her discharge. That sounds so pitiful. Mu Yuan clenched his fingers, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 24 The Truth. It was all Du Huan's doing, and Mo Xiaoxi was just cooperating? If I believe you, there will be something fishy. Since everything was done by Du Huan, what about Mo Yang? As far as I know, when I was 6 years old, our family moved away, and we borrowed money from you to buy a house, but it has not been repaid yet, right? Xiaoxi asked. Du Huan's eyes narrowed. I haven't been in touch with your father for a long time. Avoid the important and focus on the trivial. Xiaoxi chuckled and handed all the information in her hand to the old police officer. It's a big deal, just like the little boy's case. There is another case where a stillborn baby girl was born. They didn't think much about it, they were just sad. As a result, when they were working in City B, they met a little boy of the same age. Xiaoxi paused, looking quite meaningful. The old policeman was startled, thinking that they were all locals and were trying to cover up the truth. The little girl's hint was obvious. If the family called the police, they must have called the police in City B, not to mention that the Mu family was also involved. When the serial arrests happen, it will be impossible to cover up the matter. My parents have always done charity work, their business is not small, and their network of contacts is wide. Even so, it is so difficult for us to find the truth, so what about these children who have lost their children? The only way is to investigate vigorously and strive for the opportunity to redeem yourself from your crime. Xiaoxi and her friends were not allowed to participate in the following investigation. During their time in Province H, Xiaoxi took them on a tour and got to know her friends, Ju Ting and teacher Ju. She also visited the neighbor's grandmother with gifts. These are the people who once gave warmth to the original owner. The matter was investigated quickly and a direction was found. Mo Xiaoxi couldn't hold on for a few days, and as evidence continued to emerge, she finally couldn't stand the pressure and confessed. An obstetrician and gynecologist in the hospital was pregnant with a girl and she didn't want the baby. At that time, birth control had just been implemented. She happened to meet a couple who came to check for infertility. After several contacts, they agreed to adopt the little girl in her belly. Families who want to adopt are more inclined to adopt daughters, as the expense is not that great, and whether they marry a daughter-in-law or get married and receive a dowry, the cost will not outweigh the gain. The couple left overnight with their child, leaving behind a considerable sum of money for nutrition. Du Huan was the nurse who took care of her at the time. She discovered a business opportunity in this incident and conspired with the doctor to contact families who didn't want children and families who wanted to adopt children. They would collect a considerable amount of handling fees from each other. Mo Yang was one of the middlemen and an indispensable link. The money he borrowed to buy a house was actually money he earned himself. That's why Mo Xiaoxi helped Mo Yang clean up the mess so efficiently. It is just that people's ideas have gradually changed, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for them to do this. There are many families who want children, and they really think that the parents of the children gave up their children on their own initiative. However, the number of people who give up their children is decreasing. So they took a risk and just said that the baby was stillborn, and it was a girl, so some families didn't care. Until 5 years ago, they hid the baby boy, but they were caught before they could move him. Fortunately, the matter was covered up, but they were afraid, so they all applied for medical retirement and left the country. In the past 5 years, Mo Xiaoxi has retired from the underworld. She thought these things would never be exposed, but she didn't expect that they would be exposed in this way in the end. The incident became a big deal. Mo Yang, who was already in prison, couldn't get out. Du Huan was also arrested before she could enjoy the comfort of the big house for a few days. it is easier to go abroad. With the Mu family's connections, it may not be easier than staying in. Mo Xiaohui was really scared this time, so he ran to find Mu Yaoyao and asked her to beg Mu Chengfeng and Meng Qilan to spare his parents. Mu Yaoyao only found out the whole story when she saw the news push, and her heart was broken. She had always thought that her parents had not held Mo Yang and Du Huan accountable before because they were doing it for her sake, but it turned out not to be the case. Instead, they were trying to hit the snake at its most vulnerable part, and only with enough evidence could they be killed with one strike. Both of my parents are human traffickers, what should I do? And Mo Xiaohui is still nagging me to beg for mercy, doesn't he understand the law? Shut up. Get out if you keep making noise. Mu Yaoyao toughened up for the first time. Mo Xiaohui was stunned. No one had ever dared to be mean to him. He had long known that the second sister in the family was not his biological child and was used to bullying others. Moreover, his parents had always said that their second sister was rich and would have a good life in the future. To him, they were all stepping stones. But Mo Xiaohui was not stupid. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "Mom and Dad broke the law so that you could live a good life, but you are so impatient to chase me away. I am still a minor, you have the obligation to support me." Mu Yaoyao was tired, but she had to accept the fact that she had such a burden around her. At this moment, the door of the ward opened. In the backlight, Mu Yaoyao seemed to see another self walking in. On the other hand, Xiaoxi didn't expect to meet the Mo family again. This time it was Mo Xiaonan, the sister who had gone out to work and had no news since. "I didn't expect that you would come to see me." Xiaoxi was a little surprised. Their so-called sisters did not have a good relationship. The original owner had to do all their housework, and Mo Xiaonan only had to watch. She would also stir up trouble and let Du Huan beat the original owner, while she would laugh with glee on the side. "I'm here to apologize. Back then, I knew you were not my biological sister, and I blamed you for taking my biological sister's place, so I have been targeting you. I'm sorry." Mo Xiaonan bowed 90 degrees with a sincere attitude. If the naive original owner didn't know that Mo Xiaonan was an egoist, he might have believed it. But Xiaoxi didn't believe it. She raised her eyebrows and smiled perfunctorily. Noiler Mo ignored Xiaoxi's far-fetched words and continued, "I am Yaoyao's agent now. Yao Yao will be at ease being a singer. She was also a child when it came to what happened back then. Besides, we have an underage brother to raise." Noiler Mo smiled bitterly and continued, "She has been spoiled. I hope you don't bother with her. I can do whatever you want me to do." Xiaoxi smiled. She didn't expect that this sister who didn't have a deep impression in her memory turned out to be a rare smart person in the Mo family. Mu Yaoyao has not changed her name until now. As one of the parties involved in the case of the real and fake daughter, she is always a hot topic whenever she appears. She has no worries about not having a job. As long as the Mu family does not target her, she can live a good life. What's more, the Mu family spent a lot of money to cultivate her vocal skills. She is indeed talented and virtuosic. This step is the right one. But, can she really live well? Xiaoxi thought of Mu Yaoyao's character of relying on others for everything, and looked at Mo Xiaonan who had obviously gained her trust, and the things in her previous life gradually became clear. Du Huan always said that her eldest daughter had become successful, working as an agent for a famous star and earning a lot of money, which enabled her family to move to City B. In her previous life, Mu Yaoyao's career was also flourishing. She was very famous and had a very high national popularity. So, was Mo Xiaonan her agent? In the previous life, the original owner was not found, and Mu Yaoyao had a good relationship with the Mu family. It turned out that this family of leeches did not just suck blood from the original owner. Just change the family and the child. Okay, I get it. I won't argue with Mu Yaoyao. Xiaoxi waved her hand, "But you guys better not show up in front of me." Noiler Mo bowed again to apologize, and then left, taking modesty and humility to the extreme. Chapter 25, The Adopted Daughter Plotted Against by Her Own Sister. After everything was settled, Xiaoxi went to the prison to visit Mo Yang and Du Huan. "Why are you here?" Du Huan looked a little haggard. "Why can't it be me? Don't you know what your own child looks like? Is it possible that he will come to see you?" Xiaoxi retorted. Du Huan smiled and said, "Being a child from a wealthy family makes me different and bolder. In the past, this child was very cautious when facing me and didn't even dare to speak loudly. But it's true, she knows her children. Xiaonan is selfish, Xiaohui is spoiled, and Yao Yao has no feelings for her at all. I came here to tell you that Mu Yao Yao has become a singer and has become a little famous. Mo Xiaohui is with his two sisters. Duwan's face lit up with joy. This was good news. If he becomes famous and earns a lot of money, Xiaohui's life will definitely be good. Wrong. You mean, two sisters? Duwan was a little confused. Yes, two sisters. Mo Xiaonan is Mu Yaoyao's agent and is also in charge of her financial power. Xiaoxi replied. Du Wan's face turned pale instantly. She was the only one who knew the knot in her eldest daughter Mo Xiaonan's heart. She didn't go home for so many years because she blamed herself and even Xiaoxi. She resented herself for loving her son, and she resented even more that the baby who was switched to a wealthy family was not herself. The two identical twins lived different lives. She hates Xiaohui, and she hates Yao Yao even more. If she completely controls her other two children, they will have no good life in the future. Speaking of which, these three siblings are the closest of blood. It is really touching that they are helping each other now. Xiaoxi ignored Du Huan's pleading, turned around and left. Things were not over yet. After everything came to an end, Xiaoxi's coming-of-age ceremony arrived as scheduled. Xiaoxi struggled for a long time, but finally decided to confess to the other three people in the dormitory. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Xiaoxi said, the other three people were relieved. We have always been paying attention to the matter of the real and fake daughter. When Senior Zhang Lejin and your brother were exposed, we knew that the one was really you. Xiaoxi said to the person opposite the bed. After all, Mu Yuan and Zhang Lejin often came to deliver things to Xiaoxi before. Others might be familiar with them, but the people in their dormitory knew them very well. If you don't tell us, we won't dare to ask. The other two girls also came over. But now that you've taken the initiative to say it, it should all be over. The girl said, and gave Xiaoxi a hug. Then you must come to my birthday party. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly and accepted her friend's kindness. I will definitely go there to open my eyes. Har har har, from now on, can we fight the local tyrants and divide the land for Xiaoxi? A few people were chatting and laughing, and the dormitory instantly became lively again. On the day of the banquet, there were bright lights and feasting, and the house was packed with guests. Mu Chengfeng was determined to introduce his biological daughter to the public, so he invited close friends from all sides. The event was so grand that many reporters requested an invitation but were unable to get one. The opening dance was a duet by Zhongli Jin and Xiaoxi. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, and they performed very harmoniously. It made all the rich girls who came to the banquet jealous. How come we never knew that there were such outstanding young people in the younger generation? It's a good deal for this country bumpkin who just came back from the countryside. Although the country bumpkin didn't look country at all, they couldn't help but feel jealous. But they also knew that this was a formal occasion. Who didn't know how much the Mu family valued this banquet? They didn't dare to act rashly. If they offended someone, they would offend him to death. Xiaoxi, they are praising your beauty. Zhang Lijin, who was dancing with her, leaned close to Xiaoxi's ear and said with a smile. As a result, Xiaoxi slapped him away. Just talk, don't get so close to me, can't you see that their eyes are full of fire? Xiaoxi muttered. Everyone was clearly looking at Zhang Lijin, treating him as if he were Tang Monk's meat, wishing they could pounce on him and take a bite of him. Zhang Lijin's eyes darkened, but he lowered his head and chuckled. He is still a little child. After the song ended, the doorway suddenly became quiet. Xiaoxi looked up and saw Mu Yao Yao, dressed in gorgeous clothes, walking slowly towards her. Sister, I'm late, you don't mind, do you? Mu Yao Yao smiled gently, gracefully and naturally. Mu Chengfeng frowned. Who let her in? The old housekeeper at the side came over and said, It's Miss Xiaoxi. She said if someone from the Mo family comes, don't stop them. Mu Chengfeng sighed and ignored it. But seeing Mu Yaoyao's clothes, I still felt unhappy. She was wearing such formal clothes. Was she here for a beauty pageant? What's more, today is not only Xiaoxi's birthday, but also the day when he is introducing his biological daughter to everyone. Why is she coming out to steal the limelight? Mu Yao Yao has been raised by the Mu family for so many years, and has actually made a lot of good friends. Otherwise, her career wouldn't have been so smooth, and this is naturally the result of the help from these friends. At this time, they were pulled back by their parents and warned not to get too close to Mo Xiaoxi. Mom, Mo Xiaoxi did nothing wrong. Why do you want me to keep my distance? She has been raised by the Mo family for 18 years. She is considered a generous and decent daughter. She cannot be compared to that country bumpkin. The girl's tone was a little sour. Bumpkin? Have you ever seen such a graceful and elegant bumpkin? Have you ever seen a bumpkin from this school? Mo Xiaoxi is still generous and decent. Who is she wearing so formally for? One of the compulsory etiquette lessons is to dress appropriately for the occasion and not steal the limelight. Sister, I'm late. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. So I'll play a piano piece for you as a gift. I guess you haven't played it before. Meng Qilan's face changed instantly. She was a pianist, so why did she need her adopted daughter, whom she had raised for 18 years, to play a song to celebrate for her biological daughter? Who are you disgusted with? Xiaoxi smiled. Although Mo Xiaoxi was stupid, she probably wouldn't deliberately make an enemy under such circumstances. It seemed that someone had taught her. No need. I'll play a piece of guqin to entertain you. Then, Zhongli Jin took out a guqin and sat on the ground. The music was melodious and everyone was immersed in it. Xiaoxi had anticipated what happened today. When she came back, there would definitely be a lot of people who would be dissatisfied. Competitors and the like would either find fault with the company or slander her. A useless daughter of a wealthy family, those people might laugh at her behind her back, so she conspired with Zhang Lejin to do all this from the beginning. Not everyone can play the guqin well. At the end of today, who dares to say that Xiaoxi is a fool? Who would dare to throw dirty water on a real daughter like me? When the song ended, Mo Xiaoxi's face turned pale. She didn't come here to challenge Xiaoxi, but she was used to looking down on Xiaoxi and competing with Xiaoxi, trying to make herself look much better than the real Xiaoxi even if she was fake. But it seems that she has offended people, including her adoptive parents. You didn't want to come in the first place, right? Who gave you the idea and asked you to come here in such a grand manner? Did she say that you came here to repair your relationship with the Mo family and that it would be good for your career? Xiaoxi walked to Mo Xiaoxi and whispered, laughing happily. Mo Xiaoxi listened to the whispers of the people around her and knew that she was being plotted against. However, Mo Xiaonan was her sister and now her manager. They would rise and fall together, so why would she plot against her? Chapter 26, Zhang Lejin doesn't exist. Mo Xiaoxi's face turned pale, and she returned to her residence to ask Noida Mo, did you do this on purpose? Do you know that if I go to the Mo family, they will be unhappy? Did you make them unhappy? Mo Xiaonan smiled slightly. Mo Xiaoxi was silent for a while. Did you deliberately let me dress so elegantly to mess things up? Do you know that if the Mo family says one word, I may lose my job in the future? That's because you don't have a brain. I told you to dress formally and you did. Can't you think for yourself? Now you come here to blame me. Why don't you think about it yourself? Mo Xiaonan sneered. Mo Xiaoxi wanted to cry but had no tears. She didn't think much about it, and she did have the desire to compete in beauty in her heart. Also, that dress was originally the dress that the Mo family had prepared for her coming-of-age ceremony. It was custom-made and extremely gorgeous. Don't be afraid. You're famous not because the Mo family supports you, but because the Mo family doesn't care. Even if the Mo family does care, you've been their daughter for 18 years. You must know something that can make their competitors support you. Mo Xiaonan smiled lightly, her eyes full of calculation. Just be a good girl and transform yourself into an inspirational queen. Be a grateful child and thank the Mo family for raising you in public. If the Mo family targets you, just cry. You have to understand that you have no capital behind you, only topics. This is so heartbreaking. Mo Xiaoxi looked at the woman in front of her who was chattering non-stop, and her mind became increasingly confused. Is this her sister? So many calculations. These days, there are many people who hate the rich. If you feel wronged and are so grateful, you will naturally gain a large number of loyal fans, so you won't have to worry about not having enough to eat. Listen to me, and you won't have to worry about not having money to make. But sister, they are my adoptive parents, I can't use them like this. Mo Xiaoxi yelled angrily. Of course I know they are your adoptive parents. They are yours. You said we crawled out of the same belly, just a few minutes apart. How come our lives are so different? I actually think they are my adoptive parents. After all, I'm not as stupid as you to mess up a good hand of cards. Mo Xiaonan was also angry, and her eyes turned red with jealousy. Mu Yaoyao took a few steps back, only then did she realize that her trusted sister was just using her. Suddenly, she thought of something, returned to her room, opened the drawer, and found that all the house deeds were gone. Where are my things? Where are my things? Mu Yaoyao was in a panic. Here, Noiler Mo took out various documents from her bag. Fortunately, we went to the twins. In order to be responsible for your work, I also have your documents. First transfer them to Xiaohui. Then transfer them to me. It was a little troublesome, but it was successful. That's something my parents gave me. House, shop, villa. Of course I know it's for you, but we are twins, do we have to divide it so carefully? Mo Xiaonan sneered, your clothes, jewelry and savings are still yours. Work hard to make money in the future. After all, you still have a younger brother at home. What's more, this younger brother has touched things that he shouldn't have touched. Mu Yaoyao stepped back. She felt that the person in front of her was a devil, and then she burst into laughter. This was her blood relative, with selfishness and greed engraved in his bones. She thought about all the ways she had implicated Xiaoxi and tried to win over her adoptive parents and brother, but she had not succeeded. After graduation, Xiaoxi became a lawyer. She wanted to fulfill the original owner's wish and help more homeless children and more persecuted women and children. Xiaoxi's fame is growing, and naturally the real and fake daughters are being compared in various ways. Even if Xiaoxi didn't go to find out, the things about Mu Yaoyao and her two siblings still continued to reach her ears. The first person to get into trouble was Mo Xiaohui. He got involved in things he shouldn't have and spent a lot of money. Celebrities don't dare to do such things, so Mu Yaoyao publicly broke off relations with him. He was caught in a robbery and was locked up. The love-hate relationship between Mu Yaoyao and Mo Xiaonan was talked about by the public. This time, Mu Yaoyao finally stood up, collected a lot of evidence, and directly brought Mo Xiaonan to court. The two became enemies, but Mu Yaoyao's property had been almost squandered and could not be recovered at all. The situation was quite bad. Even though Mu Yaoyao and Mo Xiaohui had severed their relationship, it still caused quite a bit of discussion, and Mu Yaoyao seemed to have been banned. She has a skill, so her life might be a little hard, but as long as she doesn't act recklessly, she can still get by. Du Huan, who was released from prison the first, had long been forgotten by her children, and her house in her hometown had been sold. She was out of touch with society, and could only beg for a living and live under a bridge. One cold winter night, when Du Huan was found again, her body was already stiff. No one knew what she had seen before she died. Her face was full of fear, just like the snowy night that Xiaoxi passed by in her previous life. The gap between Xiaoxi and them became bigger and bigger, and in the end, the most discussed topic was Xiaoxi's achievements. This was a model of a queen who turned the tide against the odds and was an inspiration. Xiaoxi died of old age. She watched her soul leave her body and seemed to see Zhang Lijin following, but was blown away by the wind. She and Zhang Lijin supported each other throughout their lives, but they were not together. She didn't know that after she left, Mu Yuan's children also discussed her. My aunt's life was truly legendary, but it was a pity that she didn't find a partner. Uncle Zhang Lijin is such a good person, why don't they get married? Who is Zhang Lijin? Isn't he Mr. Shue's grandson? No, Mr. Shue has never been married. Huh? Who did I just mention? There's no one. Auntie is too lonely. Xiaoxi felt her soul floating into a vast white space. There was only white and small clouds of various shapes. When she got here, she felt that the love and hate in her mind gradually faded away, and the people and events in her memory became stories and gradually blurred. And in a picturesque forest, a young man in a white robe suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes, and it was exactly the appearance of Zhong Lijin. Alas, the clone has no memory or magic power when going to the small world. The small world has too many restrictions. The young man got up and went to a nearby cave. The outside of the cave was covered with talismans. Inside the cave was a crystal coffin in which lay a young girl with her eyes closed. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Xiaoxi, I'm here to see you. I'll be with you in the next world. By then, I still won't have any memory and won't know you. Please don't despise me. The young man smiled bitterly, you can't recognize me now. As he spoke, he seemed to be tired, and sat on the ground leaning against the crystal coffin, closing his eyes to rest. His beautiful profile was full of sadness. Chapter 27, Paranoid White Moonlight. After having a good rest in the land of white clouds, Xiaoxi decided to start her next journey. When she opened her eyes again, she heard the hustle and bustle around her. Together, together, together. Their voices were louder and louder, and they were accompanied by young and excited faces. It was dark, the street lights were swaying, and a heart shape was formed by red candles on the open space in front of him. In front of the candles, a young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face, and a very upright and honest look was kneeling on one knee, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand, and swearing with an excited and nervous smile. "Xiaoxi, be my girlfriend, I will always treat you well." As he spoke, he handed the rose in his hand to Xiaoxi. "Oh, this is so romantic. I actually got to witness such a romantic love in my lifetime." Behind Xiaoxi, a young girl sighed, covering her face. "Promise him, promise him, promise him." The people around were excited, and waves of voices came again. Xiaoxi looked at the scene, smiled, and reached out to take the bouquet. The surroundings instantly became quiet. Everyone winked at each other and held their breath, as if they wanted to witness such a romantic moment. However, Xiaoxi threw the bouquet at the boy's face and said, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me? If you stop me again, I will call the police." The boy smiled, but with a hint of fear. "Xiaoxi, did I do something wrong? Isn't this romantic enough?" I'm sorry, next time I will prepare a more romantic occasion." The deathly silence around was like boiling water, and all kinds of whispers were heard in an instant. "This girl is too much. Isn't it okay to be so romantic? If my boyfriend was this romantic, I'd be so happy. You also said they are boyfriend and girlfriend, but they are obviously not. We don't know the situation, so let's not make a fuss here." Some passers-by pulled away their companions who were watching the fun. Xiaoxi kicked him. "You are crazy, has anyone called the police? I don't know him." The people around were discussing the matter as if no one was around, but no one called the police. Just as Xiaoxi was thinking about whether to kick the man in front of her until he could not take care of himself, several security guards in security uniforms, led by a young girl, quickly ran over. "What are you doing? Don't gather together." As he spoke, he began to disperse the crowd, leaving only a few people involved. "Still lighting candles. Do you know how dangerous it is? This is a school, put away your evil thoughts and study hard." The leading security guard was angry. The students who were watching the fun dispersed, laughing and joking. "Times have changed, this is romance." "What romance?" Xiaoxi curled her lips and said, "It may seem romantic to you, but it may seem terrifying to the original owner." The person who came with the security guard was Xiaoxi's roommate, Guanchuyue, who was also Xiaoxi's best friend. Today, the two of them went out to buy things together, and they encountered such a big drama. They didn't know each other at all, but rumors were spreading like wildfire, and everyone was shouting at them. Xiaoxi stood in front of that person, and even 100 mouths couldn't explain herself. "Brother. It's a misunderstanding. This is my girlfriend. We have some disagreements now." Guo Juan, who has a square face, greeted the security guards with a smile. The teenagers behind Guo Juan immediately started laughing. The dormitory head made a mistake, and he will probably kneel on the washboard. "Sister-in-law is awesome." Xiaoxi frowned, and several security guards also frowned. "Young people are ignorant, don't be so careless when joking around. Is that how campus romance works? It's so dangerous." Xiaoxi continued to frown. "Is that enough? Don't do it again. Go back. If you do it again, you will have to write a self-criticism." The security guard said secretly. Xiaoxi frowned. "Wait, I said I don't know him, this is harassment, right? If the school doesn't care, I'm really going to call the police. They are all college students. When encountering problems, the first thing they think of is to solve the problem through school. If students call the police directly, it will also affect the reputation of the school." Several security guards frowned, but before they could speak, a teenager behind Guo Juan started to speak up for him. "Sister-in-law, just a little bit of it will be enough. Do you have to make such a big fuss? Yeah, if there's something that can't be said openly, can't we just talk it out and solve it? That's right. You like to eat cherries. Even though cherries are expensive, the boss still saves money to buy them for you. You want to eat hot pot, the boss will take you there even if he has to borrow money. He even skips class to accompany you in class. Isn't that okay? You saw a dress worth several hundred yuan in a department store, and your boss ate instant noodles for several days just to buy it for you. What else do you want? Hearing these words, Xiaoxi and Guan Chuyue's faces changed. Especially Guan Chuyue. If she wasn't with Xiaoxi every day, she would almost believe that this was Xiaoxi's boyfriend. But, no. They all knew it wasn't. How did the other party know so much information about Xiaoxi? Brother security, it's not that I don't give you face, but we have to call the police. I really don't know him, but he knows so much of my privacy. I suspect he is a voyeur and stalker. Xiaoxi spoke without even looking at Guo Juan, who was staring at her affectionately. Seeing that Xiaoxi did not seem to be pretending, the security guard finally became serious. Guan Chuyue took out her mobile phone, a small straight-screen phone. This is the type of mobile phone that is common nowadays, except that the colors are more innovative. There was no Weibo or WeChat, and everyone was still using space. It was not like the situation where if something happened in one place, everyone would know about it. Don't leave, stay and be a witness. After Xiaoxi finished the call, she looked at the classmates behind Guo Juan and spoke. Those people, who were planning to stay anyway, looked at each other. Xiaoxi then contacted her counselor accompanied by the security guard. Despite the commotion, Guo Juan remained calm, but his roommates behind him were a little panicked. It doesn't seem to be what we thought. I really called the police. I'm not being hypocritical. Soon, the police and counselors arrived and began questioning. Hello, I'm the one who called the police. Today, my roommate and I went out shopping, but he stopped me and stuffed flowers into my mouth to confess his love. I refused, but he hinted to people around us that we have known each other for a long time. I originally thought he was a human trafficker who got in, but it turned out that he was indeed an alumnus. He knew all my schedules, and I suspect that this has affected my personal safety. When she saw the police, Xiaoxi told them about her suspicions, and even deliberately exaggerated them in the hope of attracting their attention. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Guo Juan said with a smile, I have liked Xiaoxi for a long time, I just confessed my feelings, but maybe I was too loud and she was a little shy. Because the matter was unclear, the police originally intended to mediate, so they questioned the person directly in the security room. I'm sorry, but a stranger blocked my way, stuffed flowers in my hand, and even guided passers-by to put pressure on me to be with him. I don't even know where he was taking me. He's no different from a human trafficker. Xiaoxi said harshly, denying Guo Juan's understatement. I bought cherries a few days ago and had hot pot with my roommates, but it was a class party and the counselor was there. I was with my roommates when I went to class or went out. How could there be a male classmate who skipped class to accompany me? As for the skirt I like, I did look at it a few more times when I was shopping, but you guys are making a fuss and trying to accuse me of materialism. This is slander. Xiaoxi stared angrily at Guo Juan's roommates, and they felt some pressure for no reason. Chapter 28, Moral Blackmail Confession. Guo Juan's roommates looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, a tall boy stepped forward and said, Our information may be wrong, or we may have recognized the wrong person. The boy looked at Guo Juan, as if wanting affirmation. But Guo Juan didn't even look at him, he still stared at Xiaoxi with eyes full of affection. The tall boy was a little upset, he said he recognized the wrong person, but he still looked so affectionate, what a spoiler. But since this is the case, I can only tell the truth. 2 months ago, our eldest, that is, the dormitory head Guo Juan, went to watch the school anniversary performance. When he came back, he told us that he fell in love with a girl at first sight and said he must pursue her. Less than a week later, he told us that he had succeeded in pursuing her. So he often skipped classes, saying that he was accompanying his girlfriend to class. Yes. He has been eating instant noodles every day recently and said he wanted to buy a skirt for his girlfriend. He also saved money before and said he was buying cherries for his girlfriend. We even said his girlfriend was spoiled. We asked him when he would bring his girlfriend to have dinner with us so we could get to know each other. He said his girlfriend wanted a romantic ceremony together, and they would have dinner together after that. So today we helped prepare these things, and we thought they had discussed it beforehand. The other boys added. The policeman said with a serious expression, Guo Juan. Oh, I'm just a man, I care about my reputation. Guo Juan interrupted the policeman's words, at the school celebration, I fell in love with Xiaoxi at first sight. She was so beautiful when she played the peeper on the stage. I wanted to pursue her, but we really had no intersection. That's why I tried every means to wait for her downstairs of her dormitory, followed her to class, and drew up her class schedule myself. Only then did I find an opportunity to confess. But my friends asked me, I have been pursuing a girl for 2 months, but I haven't even said a word to her. How embarrassing. Guo Juwen looked at the police and Xiaoxi's counselor, as if he wanted to get approval. I just found the opportunity. It is said that young girls like romance. I confessed my love to Xiaoxi like this. I thought Xiaoxi would definitely agree. But it doesn't matter if she doesn't agree. That's because Xiaoxi doesn't know me yet. I will let Xiaoxi know me better in the future. No, I refuse. I don't know you and I don't want to know you. Please stay away from me in the future. I don't want to see you. Xiaoxi said seriously. She knew in her heart that in this kind of situation, the police could only criticize Guo Juwen for his radical approach, but he did not do too much. After all, he really hadn't done anything yet. Afterwards, the counselor sent Xiaoxi and Guan Chuyue back to the dormitory. On their way, he was about to say something, but stopped. He thought of what Guo Juwen said before he left. Xiaoxi, I will pursue you seriously and with all my strength. You look so confident, but is love something you should give your all to? Has this young man heard too much about strong women being afraid of clinging men? But there is another saying, if a man chases a woman, it's like a mountain between them. Finally, he reminded her, I don't think that guy will give up so easily. He is a bit paranoid when doing things. Xiaoxi, don't be alone recently. Call me if you have any problems. Hey. Xiaoxi responded quickly, thank you, teacher. I'm sorry for bothering you today. Watching the two people go upstairs, the teacher waved his hand and left. Xiaoxi returned to the dormitory. The other two roommates had not come back yet. She said she was tired to Guan Chuyue, then lay down on the bed and received the original owner's memories. It can be said that the original owner's misery began with that public confession. Guo Juwen's so-called romance, the booing of passers-by, even though Xiaoxi didn't even know her, someone kept pushing her, you don't have a boyfriend anyway, and they are so nice to you, why don't you give it a try? Understanding starts with knowing each other. But they all overlooked that confession should be a form that comes naturally after feelings have matured, rather than a clarion call to launch an emotional offensive. Is this love? The original owner wondered. Is this romance? The original owner only felt awkward. The original owner did not agree, but under the encouragement and persuasion of the crowd, he was willing to get to know each other and have contact with each other. Guo Juwen had followed the original owner for a long time and knew all of her preferences. He coaxed, accompanied, and made her happy. It seemed inevitable that she would fall in love with him. But the original owner soon discovered that something was wrong. Guo Juwen acted too radically. Even in the hottest summer, he only allowed the original owner to wear long sleeves and long pants. Don't dress like those women on the street, like prostitutes. That's not how decent women dress. These words were very harsh. During a shopping trip, Xiaoxi wanted to buy a pair of sandals and the conflict broke out completely. Guo Juwen yelled that her toes must not be exposed, because the original owner was already his woman and could not be seen by others. Passers-by and salesmen looked at her sideways, and the original owner felt very embarrassed, just like the confession of the new candle. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, it was too embarrassing. The original owner proposed to break up after leaving the mall, but Guo Juwen burst into tears, knelt in front of the original owner and begged for her forgiveness, and even slapped his mouth hard. The sounds of par 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 were crisper than the last, attracting passers-by to point and talk. The embarrassed original owner forgave Guo Juwen, but in return he intensified his control over her. Even if the original owner said a word to their male classmate, he would yell sadly regardless of the occasion, "Do you have someone else outside, so you want to break up with me? Xiaoxi, I love you so much. Don't leave me." Passers-by feel sorry for Guo Juwen's infatuation and will also condemn Xiaoxi for her fickleness. Classmates of the opposite sex no longer dare to talk to Xiaoxi, and friends of the same sex are also gradually distancing themselves from her. Finally, after Guo Juwen indiscriminately beat up a man who came to the original owner to ask for directions, the original owner exploded and broke up with Guo Juwen without hesitation. However, Guo Juwen stood on the teaching building and wanted to commit suicide. The counselor tried to speak up for his student, but was madly slandered by Guo Juwen. It's all because of you that Xiaoxi left me. But you said that teacher-student love never has a good ending. Xiaoxi, I'm the one who loves you the most. Don't be with him, come back to me. Because the impact was so bad, the teacher was suspended. Guan Chuyue helped Xiaoxi several times. On a dark road, she met a bad guy and was hit by a brick. She stayed in the hospital for several months, but her brain nerves were damaged and she might be in a vegetative state for the rest of her life. The murderer has never been found. Afterwards, Wu Juwen even forced the original owner to commit suicide together, calling it a suicide for love. The original owner lost all her friends, no one dared to approach her, and was accused of being materialistic, cheating, and fickle. However, Wu Juwen has become a model of infatuation. He believes that he was betrayed by the original owner and was hurt in love, which made him so paranoid. The original owner had no way to take a leave of absence, but no matter where she hid, Wu Juwen would find her and then honestly say to her, "Xiaoxi, I love you. Xiaoxi, don't worry. No one is going to separate us." No one understood the original owner's despair. Her parents died in a traffic accident due to overwork and harassment by Wu Juwen. She was the only one left in the world, but she had nowhere to hide. She gave up on herself and married Wu Juwen, constantly telling herself that he just loved her too much and she was just afraid of losing her. However, it was not cherished. "Xiaoxi, I love you. Don't talk to strange men." Wu Juwen beat the original owner with a hideous face, then burst into tears, knelt down to apologize, and slapped his mouth desperately. "Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. I love you too much, I'm afraid of losing you." After that, Wu Juwen would be extra nice to the original owner. He would coax her, accompany her, buy things for her, give her gifts, and prepare surprises and romance. This made the neighbors envious. But after 2 days, Wu Juwen would beat the original owner. "Why don't you smile? Are you unhappy with me? Do you dislike me? Why are you laughing? Are you laughing at me?" Finally, on a dark and rainy night, the original owner was beaten to death, and Xiaoxi saw that her memories were filled with the color of bright red blood. Such pain and despair made the original owner lose all will to survive. Chapter 29, Eat My Foot Washing Water. The memories were filled with suffocation and despair. Xiaoxi couldn't lie down anymore and sat up straight. The original owner had escaped, but was caught every time, only to be greeted with even more violent beatings and confessions of love. The most ridiculous thing is that Wu Juwen was sentenced to 5 years in prison for marital abuse, but was released after 4 years due to good behavior. At that time, information was more developed, so he applied for Weibo and missed the woman he loved deeply every day, even though her behavior was fickle. Soon, the people who did not know the truth began to envy Wu Juwen's beloved white moonlight. He got married again and had a wife. He always told his wife, "I'm sorry, you can never be my favorite. I love Xiaoxi the most, but I will treat you twice as well." Xiaoxi saw Wu Juwen's newlywed wife angrily cursing at the portrait of the original owner. However, after being baptized in prison, Wu Juwen's behavior was still paranoid, but his violent behavior was reduced a lot. He and his wife actually spent the rest of their lives happily. For Wu Juwen's wife, the only thing she is dissatisfied with is that her husband has a white moonlight who thinks of her all the time. What's wrong with your husband's control? Will he still control you if you behave better? The original owner was imprisoned, controlled, and poor while alive, and was still slandered after his death, which fulfilled Wu Juwen's reputation of being infatuated. Who wants to be this white moonlight? Whoever wants to be it can be it. I was so depressed that I couldn't sleep all night. As a result, early in the morning, I heard voices calling out from under the dormitory window, "Mo Xiaoxi, I love you. Mo Xiaoxi, I love you." The hazy air in the dormitory building in the early morning was instantly dispersed, and they were instantly boiling with excitement. Who is Mo Xiaoxi? Which class is she from? Oh, so romantic, confessing downstairs so early in the morning. What romance? It's so noisy. Don't you have classes in the morning? Can't you just sleep in? Who is Mo Xiaoxi? Tell your boyfriend to stop yelling. All kinds of noises were heard, and some people opened the windows to watch the fun. Xiaoxi's dormitory was also disturbed. Guan Chuyue was furious and pulled other roommates to go downstairs to argue with this person who couldn't understand what they were saying. "Okay, Guan Chuyue, why are you making such a fuss? How do you know Xiaoxi doesn't want to?" Roommate Wunan spoke with a hint of sarcasm. She had long been jealous of Xiaoxi's popularity. Others may not know, but we do. Xiaoxi didn't even know him before, so how could she be willing? Guan Chuyue explained. Look at you, why are you getting involved? If Xiaoxi gets together with Guo Juan, you'll be in trouble. Another roommate, Xie Kao, who obviously has a better relationship with Wu Nan, helped to take sides. Xiaoxi, if you like him, don't push it. Look, it's so awkward for him to confess like this. Yes, it's so embarrassing. If it were the original owner, he would definitely think so. Guan Chuyue was puzzled. Others didn't he understand. Why did her roommate who knew the whole story also look at Xiaoxi in this way? Xiaoxi ignored the two people and pulled Guan Chuyue behind her. Since we know he doesn't understand human language, what's the point of arguing? Others will think we are entangled with him endlessly. As she spoke, Xiaoxi picked up her foot basin, went to the bathroom and filled it with water, then opened the window and poured the water on Guo Juan, who was looking at their window with flowers in his hands and looking affectionately at him. Get out! Xiaoxi shouted. The dormitory building was quiet for a moment, and then a burst of laughter broke out. Har 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 har. Guo Juan downstairs was splashed with a basin of water, but he was happy in his heart. I thought Xiaoxi was gentle and well behaved, but I didn't expect that she had teeth in her belly, which made people like her even more. It's more fulfilling to conquer her. He slowly wiped the water off his face, bent down to pick up the flowers that fell on the ground, glanced dejectedly at the window of Xiaoxi's dormitory, and then slowly left. You. Wu Nan was a little surprised. Why are you so rude? If you don't like him, just say it nicely. Feel sorry for him? I feel sorry for you being with him. I know you want to. Xiaoxi said sarcastically. Wu Nan's heart sank, knowing that Xiaoxi was holding a grudge against him for what she had just said, that she was willing. If you didn't give him some sweet treats, how could he keep chasing you? What's wrong with saying you were stretched? Xie Kao spoke for Wu Nan. Xiaoxi looked at the two of them and sneered. Was the original owner wrong in the previous life? The original owner didn't have much of his own opinion, but that wasn't his fault. Passers-by didn't understand, but what about the roommates who knew the truth and still tried to throw dirty water on the original owner? They contributed to the original owner's downfall and were also one of the executioners of his death and despair. Arriving at the classroom, Xiaoxi and Guan Chuyue sat down as usual. Then, Xiaoxi found a letter in the hole of the table. Xiaoxi opened it and saw a love letter written in blood. Mu Xiaoxi, I love you, stay with me. Xiaoxi quickly closed it and suppressed the nausea that was churning in her heart. At this time, some boys who didn't know the situation saw it and asked, Hey, did the beauty receive another love letter? Yeah, is the beauty in the school going to be taken? Another person joked. After all, Wu Nan and Xie Kao, who had arrived a step ahead, had already helped Xiaoxi learn more about this affectionate suitor. The school beauty never accepts gifts, but I heard that this time she accepted the boys' cherries and clothes, and even had dinner together. Oh, such good things are going to waste. I feel sad. The boy in the class covered his chest with his hands with a sad look on his face. Xiaoxi was fiddling with the mobile phone that she had put in the dormitory yesterday to charge. In addition to making calls and sending text messages, it also had a simple recording function. Who told you this? Xiaoxi asked casually. It's Wu Nan and Xie Kao. You are in the same dormitory, so what they said must be true. A boy answered with a smile. Yes, what roommates say is naturally more credible. In the previous life, the original owner was squeezed by these two people and the crazy Guo Juan, and his reputation was ruined and he could not stay in school. Xiaoxi called home and went to the counselor's office with her lawyer during the break. Teacher, I want to sue Wu Nan and Xie Kao for destroying my reputation. Xiaoxi looked at the counselor and knew that the counselor had a headache, but this step had to be taken. Nowadays, people do not have a deep understanding of the right to reputation. They think it is just a few words, but they do not know how much harm these two words can cause to others. With all the evidence including recordings, many people can also prove that it was indeed Wu Nan and Xiao Kao who were throwing dirty water on Xiaoxi. In fact, hiring a lawyer directly is not to show it to the counselor, but to put pressure on the school. Otherwise, this matter will soon pass and the dirty water cannot be washed away. As for Wu Nan and Xie Kao, it is at most verbal criticism. After all, for them, it is just talk. A life has been lost, and the rumors you spread are the last straw. However, the most terrifying thing is that those who do evil are unaware of the evilness of their actions.